Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. With me today for a very special early stream that I'm still super late to is my good friend Steve Gosney, stevegosney.com. How you doing, buddy?
Good to see you, man. It's been too long. Long. You're getting off the leash. I need to reel you in. You see, you got to come back to the side of light and lightness and good. And
yeah, bring me back. Bring me back, because I'm so far gone that yesterday I was talking theology, which is not a good thing. It's never
drunken theology. Well,
I wasn't drunk during the theology discussion. I was drunk later.
Okay, well, I don't know, but we had a little theological disagreement in the chat, which I thought was quite interesting. But but you know, we can talk about. Yeah, I'm in your good hands tonight. We can talk about whatever you want, and but of course, you know, the big news. But we'll hopefully, I'll just let you take the lead, and
We'll do that. But if we're going to talk drunken theology, we have to bring in the expert, of course, which is attorney Andrew
Hey guys,
Branca.
How you doing, man?
Good, Steve. Man. How are you?
Well, I got a cold, but other than that, I'm living the dream.
Nice. Always good to hear. Always good.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining
back from a nice long vacation. You see, he's got sick on his long trip around the world.
I went on a cruise.
Why?
I know. Once was enough. Never again.
Where'd you go? Like, can you share? Can you disclose?
Yeah. It was one of these giant cruise ships, Wonder of the Seas. You know, it's like a shopping mall that floats.
Was it a Caribbean one, or was it like?
Caribbean. Yeah, we went to St. Thomas, St. Martin. Both dumps. Don't go. They're terrible.
I don't like cruises because it reminds me too much of going into the jails when I go visit my clients and those things, because it's really the same thing. It's a big steel container that you can't get out of.
Yeah.
Sorry, cruise ship industry.
I did have a balcony looking over the ocean, Steve. I don't know how many jails have that.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
only the really scary ones, honestly. They don't have railings. No, I always I half want to do a cruise, and then I half don't, because I do get I get seasick or whatever. So I don't want to do a cruise in that respect. But at the same time, it's like, well, but they'd be fun, all you can eat, all you can drink, you're hanging around, you got activities all over the place. Like, well, that could be cool. But I don't, and I've heard that they're really smooth, so you don't really get seasick, but I don't want to chance it either, because once you do, you're trapped on there for days and days at a time. Like, that would be just miserable for days. Yeah. So I just decided to stay on land.
Over the Easter, I just got back from Savannah, and we stayed at the JW Marriott Power Plant District. Boy, what a 5-star, beautiful hotel. And we went to the
power plant district doesn't strike me as a 5-star hotel location, but I love that it is.
No, it's a former coal power plant that was built in 1912 and was retired in 2005. And they bought it and built it into this 5-star boutique hotel. It is spectacular. I mean, cool. The imagination, the quality, the level of service. There's 18 bars within this hotel and 10 restaurants, and it's just really great. Savannah. And then, of course, we went to the Easter Mass at the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, which was a spectacular cathedral. It was the best experience of Savannah that I've been to. And we had I'll tell you, we had a little drunken martini crawl through the hotel bars, because we were staying in the hotel, and it was phenomenal. So I had wife.
They did that in Boston with an old prison right in Charles Street, right at the foot of the Longfellow Bridge. It's probably built in 1865. This prison had 50-foot tall granite walls, and they turned it into a 5-star hotel. It's gorgeous.
So I don't really trust that St. John the Baptist guy. Doesn't have his head on his shoulders. I just can't deal with people like that.
See there, he's got go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't been drinking
Monty Python with the religious blasphemer jokes. Just lay them on.
The blaspheming dad jokes. Let's get it right. Oh, it's April Fool's, so everything we say today doesn't matter except for the one thing. So that's cool. But the other bit of that is no, I was gonna say it, and then I got lost in the dad joke. God, it was such a good dad joke.
No. It'll come back. Given sufficient attention.
trust me, with the quality of the dad joke that deleted the other thing, it doesn't deserve to come back. Right?
Okay.
Like, yeah, it does not deserve to come back at all.
Yeah. Well, so the Branca dad, you got a good dad right down here too. This is kind of the dad crew, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the best part of the cruise. So we went with my parents, so that was fun. We got to spend a week with them. But yeah, once was enough for Wonder of the Seas. That's
yeah. I'm not a cruise ship person. I can't say I really don't like it. I like driving places. I don't really like airplanes. Sadly, you need to get out. When we went to spend some time with Andrew out in Colorado, and it was great. I'd like to do it again, but we're still figuring out the whole accountancy things.
Do it in the next year, man. I'm out of here. I'm out of Colorado.
I know. I hear this. Have you resolved?
No, we're still looking, but the fact that we're leaving is definite. There's no question about that.
Well, look, I tell you, Minnesota is a good place to look, except it'd be a lie.
I'm leaving Minnesota.
It'd be an absolutely terrible lie to tell to anybody. No,
Colorado's becoming Minnesota, the Rockies.
God,
what was it? I'm trying to lure Andrew here to the Central Florida region. He's looking. There's an area nearby that he's looking in. It would be neat to have a fellow brethren, American law courses brethren nearby, and he needs to buy a big house with a big pool so I can go and use his pool.
That's like every house in Florida.
Yeah. Well.
Of people that matter. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. No, it's great to have you guys here. The show's a little earlier than normal because I have two non-night owls with me.
Yes, indeed.
These guys tear up the daytime. They don't have time. They don't even have time for darkness in their lives. But here we are. We do have a specific special purpose tonight. We are going to launch a Steve Gosney's new crime novel. We'll be talking about that as we go. Oh my goodness. How'd you get my picture there, Steve? Wait, is that a guy or a chick?
No, see, look, come on. See, death penalty desires, passion, lust, and murder.
Yeah, but I don't know if I should be aroused by the boob in the picture. Is that a guy or a girl?
Oh, that's a guy. Come on. Well, of course you are gay, so I guess.
Look, no, that I've seen tits bigger than that on a guy. Camelots. They're pretty bulbous.
Yes. Well,
that's not a child's hand, is it, in that picture?
They had to airbrush.
It's not Joe Biden's autobiography.
Yeah. So thank you for I asked you specifically. I said, this is a Nick kind of book. And so I'm like, you need to do the launch. And you were so enthusiastic and so kind. And I said, who else should do this with me but Mr. Branca, who's my buddy, who you two kind of got me into this whole writing splurge and kind of got me into this. So all these things back here. Between you two are guilty. You're the reason for all of this.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It was when you asked me, I was like, oh. A book launch. It must be a Tuesday. And then
well, we thought we were taking the leash off of Chihuahua, Steve. We didn't know what was going to happen.
and then you're like, no, this is your kind of book. It has all of the elements that you like. And I was like, ooh, now I actually am intrigued. I see Camelot in the chat by the way, says every now and then I hear some kind words whilst not expecting it.
Oh, you've got AJME CD. We went out to Orlando and she got the first. Well, I will say she got the first copy, the hardcover of the. She's the first one to have read it front to back. So she actually read the book. And by the way, both of you are getting a Death Penalty Desires book in the mail. We were going to do this a little later, but you said, let's do it tonight. And I'm like, okay, free tonight. So you're both getting a copy in the mail. But yeah, she read it and she gave it a big thumbs up. She couldn't put it down. We from 10:30 to 4 a.m. in the morning, she read the book front to cover to cover.
Damn. Yeah, I do have to say it's good that you had a woman read the book because they do learn to do things front to back. So that's very helpful that she read the book front to back straight in one shot. If you give it to a guy, you never know if he's going to read it, front to back to front, side to side. Very messy, very, very uncoordinated. But women know the way.
Where am I exactly? What's he? I haven't been in here a while.
It was a compliment.
Is it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Andrew, am I getting complimented?
Andrew wasn't involved in this.
Yes, but he's the voice of reason in here, you see.
Am I?
Oh, no. I do want to say
I know people who would disagree.
I think Legal Vices may join us as the show goes on. This is the start of his workday over in Upside Down Land, Well, it's not upside down. It's just backwards, people. It's his workday is starting, but he did say if he can, he'll try and join us at a break.
Yes, well,
So,
and the book was actually inspired by the Legal Vices Vice Squad chat, because people
Nice.
don't, this book, I wrote this book basically in 10 days. Now, it was finished in 30 days from first set word to hardcover copy in my hand from 30 days. And it was, people say, well, how did you do that? It was kind of a bolt of lightning out of nowhere. What was happening, I was working on two major cases, a death penalty appeal, as well as, people know the Virgilio Aguilar Mendez case that I was involved in. And both those cases resolved themselves at the same time. And then all of a sudden my decks were completely clear of work, but I was operating at this massive kind of workload level. When you have a death penalty appeal, it's very heavy. And then I was goofing around in the Vice Squad chat, and somebody said, you should, because you write jokes, you write all these books, and they're like, you should write a book called Death Penalty Desires, right? And I thought that was so funny, because I'm saying, oh yeah, the hero appellate lawyer with the chest and all. Like, I was laughing because I'm thinking about this kind of chick fantasy romance novel thing.
Yeah.
But then it just kind of, I put about 4 or 5 ideas together, and it just came out. It's just like, boom, it was like a lightning bolt. The muse struck. And I was sort of at a peak efficiency, and I blasted it out and got it done. So it was fun.
Sounds like a soft porn book.
It is,
Look, I was writing it, I just blasted it out, got done. Really had to fan off after that one. It was
I know where I am.
a big endeavor. It was a big endeavor. No, I do want to get into, we do have some legal stuff to talk about as well. I want to talk I want Andrew to enlighten us on a topic that he recently covered with a repeat
offender.
I don't want to say that, that's rude. A repeat unintentional comrade of the show that you have had a row with in the past, which is Nat Lawyer Chick. And you took umbrage, maybe, with an analysis that she shared about the Alec Baldwin Rust shooting and the legal considerations thereof that was then used by Law and Crime, my favorite network, in some way, in some video, right? Like they used it in their...
They interviewed her for like a 20-minute segment on the upcoming Alec Baldwin trial. And, Law and Crime's excellent legal insight when they comment on these cases. She was perfect in the interview.
Yeah.
She was right there at Law and Crime level. They were the perfect pairing.
I have no doubt that her analysis is right with Law and Crime and where I would expect them to be on any issue. But I am unaware at all of what that analysis was. I know you've responded to it. So I'd like to...
I haven't yet, actually. So this is the first time. I've been sick and I've been traveling, so I haven't gotten around to it yet. But it'll be like an hour and a half long show when I do it in depth.
Well, maybe you can do a preview of some of the issues, because I swore I'd seen the notification that you had responded. My apologies for missing that, or for misreading that. But yeah, I'd love to talk a little bit about that with you. I have some issues that are, I don't know, interesting to me that I think you guys might be interested in discussing. One of them is that the Supreme Court issued a denial of cert today on a very interesting case. It was a case where a John Doe sued a college, and he sued the college over a Title IX decision where the college had suspended him for a year on a Title IX case, which is the basically sexual assault type case, but not done through the court system. And he actually prevailed on appeal. They said that he was denied his due process rights through the Title IX program, and because of gender discrimination. And the penman of the opinion is Amy Coney Barrett. When she was on the appellate court, she wrote the appellate decision that said it is possible that the decision over whether or not he offended on this person was made by gender bias, that the Title IX board heard her side of the story and believed it because she's a woman, and disbelieved his because he was a man. And so by denying cert to that case, the Supreme Court has effectively said this is law. If there's a possibility that there is gender bias in the belief in Title IX, then you're denied due process, which is crazy.
Which there always is. I mean, in these universities, there is no due process. These are star courts, these hearings. There's no due process of law. If you're the dude going in, you're guilty walking into the room.
Right. And it's this is of course a common complaint about Title IX. Title IX is not a court procedure. You do not have rights. You don't get to confront your accusers in the same way. You don't have discovery. You don't have any of this stuff. You're just at the mercy of these people and two stories and any witnesses that have, I don't even know if you get really good options to object to what they say. I don't think there's rules of
You
evidence.
may not even know the actual charges against you.
Well,
Exactly.
I have a few questions. Can I have questions from the class before we get into it, so I can get?
Well, this is just a preview of what we're going to talk about during the show.
Okay.
We're not actually talking.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's go, man. I'm chomping.
We'll talk about that.
I'm excited to see my two of these brilliant legal minds to wrestle with issues. That's what we're here to do, right?
Very excited. Well, we're really here to launch your book, which we'll do in a little bit.
We'll get to
and we'll put up. We'll talk about the book a couple times throughout the show. That's the plan, and we'll just go through it. But I'm really happy to have you guys on. I haven't had a lot of guests lately, and so this has been just a wonderful little charming way to bring guests I like to talk to back, because some guests are like, oh.
Hey, Nick, when's the next beat up?
I don't know right now, because as my locals chat will very vocally tell you, my schedule and life has gotten turned completely upside down, and I am not even able to like have a consistent show schedule that I've had for years because of some of it. So I'm trying to find ways to do that. And if I can't deal with planning like a week of shows, it's really hard for me to plan out a meetup, but I'm hoping to get that stabilized very soon. That's the goal. So I'll tell you as soon as I know, because I want to do one very badly. But with that, I guess let me hit a couple of the chats that have come in, and then we'll get into the topics. And if you guys have any topics, of course, we can cover those. There's a border stuff, which is really interesting. There's all sorts of stuff going on, actually. Let's see. Rock City Cycle Cam says, this is a great way to start the week. Cheers, guys. Hey, cheers to you. Rick Nikita says, Nick. Dark Lush G says, out of curiosity, did any of the panel see Breyer's recent Old Man Shakes Fist at the Sky article about originalism? Yes. Basically, him being grumpy at it and yelling his wishy-washy style is best, plus book promo. Yeah, did you guys see that? Did you guys? I mean, I don't know why anyone would.
I mean, that's kind of his. That's just what he does, right? I mean, certainly he does it on the gun cases that I read.
Right.
I haven't seen a recent case from him on that, but that's his normal practice now. I mean, he's in the minority. That's what he does. He whines. Yeah,
and he always has. And I love this concept. Like, well, originalism is dangerous thinking. It's like, well, originally they thought that you guys wouldn't have the power to do this, and that this would be done by the legislature through the amendment process, or by the states through convention, a constitutional convention. But that's how we would amend this thing. But now you guys have just over abused this ability to change the Constitution on a whim and just read stuff into it. And he's sitting there talking about the virtues of like this idea of a constitution that changes with the times. It's like, if you have a constitution that changes with the time, you have no constitution. Like, well, that's it.
And with the left, it's always the ends justify the means, right? So whatever their desired outcome is, that's what has to happen. And anything that interferes with that is societally negative. So the ends justify the means, and the means de-justify whatever ends are inconsistent with achieving those means. And if that happens to be the U.S. Constitution, then the Constitution's a problem.
Well, this is the problem. I actually did a lot of thinking. I had a friend, actually on American law courses, our evidence professor, Ryan Bellinger, and he's one of my office mates, and we have these great long discussions, philosophical discussions about stuff. And he asked me one time, am I an originalist? And that was quite an extra, because the easy answers say, well, I'm on the right, I'm a conservative guy, and so yes, I'm an originalist, right? That's the easy kind of team conservative answer. But I don't like giving team answers, and so I thought about it quite a bit. And my initial response to that is it's necessary but not sufficient. Because if you're looking at the Constitution, when you're looking for a constitutional interpretation, the first place you should go is the text of the Constitution and the history that surrounded the adoption. That's what I would call a originalist view. Sure. But if you limit yourself to that, I think that is insufficient, but you have to start there. And so you have this dichotomy. If you're a pure originalist, that is a recipe for tyranny, just like somebody who is it's a living, breathing Constitution, and I'll just project into the Constitution whatever I want, whatever the whims of the day. To hell with the text. That is also a recipe for tyranny. So you have to really be careful. It's a difficult and high bar that we have for our judiciary to interpret our Constitution.
It ought to be.
But sadly, we get into this team sport kind of lawyering, and it diminishes us. So I do have a very strong view of originalism as a necessary but not sufficient basis for constitutional interpretation, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I'm just winging it here, but
no, it is interesting because it is easy to call yourself an originalist. Even the big originalists, Scalia and Thomas, have their moments when originalism just kind of disappears for a minute, and it's like, well, okay, why now? Why is originalism not appropriate here? And I think there are answers to that. I think that you can say, well, look, originalism doesn't apply here because X, Y, Z. I don't know that they're the best answers. The easiest answer to give without being a Supreme Court justice is just say, no, originalism always works and you never have to ask because you can always amend the Constitution. But it doesn't really work out that simply in practice. So I generally look at things as an originalist because, again, they made the amendment process. But now we've had, 200 plus years of non-originalism. So we have to sit here and go, well, even if you're an originalist, all these assholes before weren't, and the Constitution and the application of it has been molded by non-originalism. You can't just unwind that by being originalist now because different expectations have been created, different understandings and different jurisprudence all exist because of non-originalists. And
that's true.
But back is difficult.
What I'm saying is when you start a constitutional analysis, and I do legal briefs involved in constitution. In fact, I've got a cert petition right now for the U.S. Supreme Court.
Steve wrote a book on that.
I wrote an article on that. So I have a cert petition right now, and it's a constitutional interpretation on the excessive fines clause. And so, okay, when you're looking at the excessive fines clause, okay, I've got this fact pattern, right? And then I've got this text from the Constitution that's handed down from us from back in the history. Well, how do I start writing my brief? Do I just start writing whatever I want it to say?
Yes.
Just ad hoc. That is completely unhinged from any kind of, I think, rational thought. I think you have to start with the text and then look at the history that surrounds why. And there's some documents. There's the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist papers, and there's discussions, there's early court interpretations. You look at the history of it, you start there, because if you don't start there, you're just building something out of nothing. But if you stop there, then you run into all these problems, and Andrew knows this dealing with guns. You run into all these problems with, well, there's no muskets. Muskets are the guns, and so we don't evolve into handguns and rifles and from flintlocks if you're just sticking with originalism, right? So there has to be a balance here, but starting with originalism and progressing forward.
I gotta disagree there a little bit, because just because they're talking about rifles and flintlocks doesn't mean they're not. They didn't say
it
guns.
Says arms.
Yeah, it just says arms. So whatever an arm is, right? Like, what are arms? Arms are commonly understood at the time to be weapons of some sort.
Any means for offense or defense.
Ooh,
see there now. I knew this.
That means my mouth is an arm.
So it would include, for example,
ways.
Body armor.
Right. Yeah. And I've actually, you think that might sound ridiculous in the consideration of arms, but of course you hear news stories about a mass shooter. It's like, or about a suspected mass shooter, about some crazy person. They're like, and he had several sets of body armor. It's like, well, so like, what's he going to go do? Defend himself to death? Like he's just going to body armor, like, let my plate carrier kill all of you. I don't get it. But that's how they always talk about body armor in that way. That somehow indicates they're the next level of insane. Well, or just they wanted body armor for literally any purpose. Maybe they're scared or paranoid, or maybe they just have it for fun. I just wear body armor.
The problem is, if you do
a
proper constitutional analysis of the Second Amendment, like was done in Bruin, virtually every gun control law in the books is facially unconstitutional. And that shocks the left conscience. They simply cannot accept that. That's why we have these appellate courts in open rebellion against McDonald, Heller, Catino, Bruin, just spitting. You read these opinions, it's just word salad. It's not legal reasoning. It's just the words they have to say vomit out in order to come to the conclusion they want.
Well, yes.
And a reality of all this, of course, is that the Supreme Court is a political entity, just like the rest of government is a political entity. The Overton window is not infinitely wide. You have to kind of push it over by inches. And that's why we get, like, even in Bruin, or maybe it was Heller McDonald, I forget, but they were like, oh, no, this is an individual right to keep and bear arms. And then in a footnote, they say, but of course, concealed carry licensing regimes, we're not saying those are unconstitutional. They didn't say they were constitutional, but they said, we're not saying they're unconstitutional. So the leftists grab onto that. But if you look at the history and tradition of the Second Amendment in America at the founding, there was no permitting process to keep and bear an arm.
Because one, how would they have tracked it? Two, how would they have tracked it? Everybody had guns. And going back, when you think about the founding, I mentioned this on the stream the other day, just like trying to get a kind of a story a picture for people. Like, you would send your 11 or 12-year-old into town with your cart and groceries to go get groceries for the family. If you lived in a rural area, they'd go into town several miles with a horse and a cart. They come back with like a week of supplies. And one of those supplies might be a new rifle, a new shotgun or whatever that they buy from the general store, ammunition. And there was no question that some 12-year-old would be buying a rifle and a box of ammunition or a musket and a bunch of steel balls and gunpowder. Like, they'd be buying that and then going back home, and they'll be like, well, you're only 12. Like, that wasn't the thing. Or
when I was a kid, when I was 9 years old, living in Florida at the time, 9 years old, I lived in a part of Florida. Well, it's all built up now, of course, but at the time there was nothing. It was wilderness. And I had a 22 rifle. That was mine. I would just take that and a brick of 22 long rifle ammo and go out into the woods and just plink stuff. And no one thought anything about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same here. Actually, I remember that also. Although pushing back just a slight bit on y'all, and I'm very pro Second Amendment, but there is that initial clause that says a well-regulated militia being necessary for the existence of a free state. So what does the well-regulation mean? I think that would we argue that let's say the criminally insane should have access to any kind of firearm?
No. The founders always agreed that the unlawfully violent, you could not carry arms for unlawful purposes, or if you were insane. I mean, they had constraints on what insane people could do. They're talking about what law-abiding, mentally sound American citizens could do.
Right, and it's firearm.
The founders had lots of laws against unlawful carrying of arms for unlawful purposes. There were many laws against that.
But for lawful neutral purposes, because that's the trick. People get into a sort of positive necessity in rights. It's like, well, they're carrying around for a lawful purpose. Well, what people tend to mean is like, well, I'm going to go shoot like a deer during hunting season or something like that. There's a purpose to it. I'm going to go to the range because that's I'm going to practice. I'm going to practice for the militia. That's a lawful purpose. But the lawful purpose that people often miss is the one that's stated: keeping and bearing arms. Keeping arms is a lawful purpose. Bearing arms without pulling a trigger is a lawful purpose.
But
absent contact
and pulling the trigger can be a lawful purpose when protecting the lives of innocents, the lives of your family. And even the defense of freedom against a tyrannical state. Although, we don't like to talk about that because that's the trap that the left sets for somebody who's in a rhetorical argument to talk about that. But that is one of the bases and one of the reasons for the Second Amendment is to protect the people from tyranny. And as an example, just look around in some of those people that were killed in Israel that were living in gun-free zones, or the Russian theater. They're living in a police state that they're in that Russian theater, and they're being protected by their police state. And then these guys come in and machine gun them down. So it's like, was the state protecting them there? To me, individual self-defense it's almost the right to life itself.
The state protects the state. The state doesn't protect individuals.
Exactly.
So to answer your English question, Mr. Gosney, I would suggest that the initial clause is merely a suggestion as to why the second clause exists. The operative clause following the prefatory clause. So a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, semicolon. It doesn't say because therefore. It doesn't say since we have since we need a militia, we need to have gun ownership. It was like, here's a reason that is plausible and legally defensible in a government interest type of way. Well-regulated militias are necessary. We need to have everybody be able to have guns free of regulation. And they wrote the Commerce Clause. Like, they knew what they wrote, that the Commerce Clause would allow the federal government, would allow the federal Congress to control through commerce anything that traveled interstate. And at the time, you did not have, I would suggest you maybe didn't have like this diversity of manufacturing. Like, you're going to be importing guns from Britain, right? You're going to be importing guns from Europe.
We're mixing issues a little bit, because I think that the Commerce Clause expansion is a real weakness, I think, of our current Constitution, because of the expansion of the internet, the marketplace has gone. In fact, Clarence Thomas, one of the things that really impacted me is when I heard him speak, and he talked about the Commerce Clause, and he pointed to a little piece of plastic on, or like this little object right here, this little thing that you put your glass on, right? Is this in the stream of commerce? Because if this is in the stream of commerce, everything's in the stream of commerce. Whereas before, during the original, if you talk about an originalist perspective, it would take, counties and were one horse ride over, and states were many weeks journeys to go along to. And so the regulation was simply a matter of coordination between states. Whereas now the federal government can regulate everything through the Commerce Clause.
Right. Wickard versus Filburn definitely expanded the Commerce Clause. It added the dormant commerce concept. They call it the dormant commerce clause, but the dormant commerce concept is that you can participate in commerce by not participating in commerce, effectively opening the door almost, except thanks for the one good thing John Roberts did, was he partially closed the door on compelled participation in commerce through the Commerce Clause. But Wickard almost kicked open the door, but it effectively said, even if you're not going to purchase stuff because you make it yourself, you have participated in commerce. But yes, I agree with that expansion happened. But remember that at the time, you don't have a gun manufacturer in every state. In fact, most of the arms, I would suggest, are probably imported from Spain, France.
You mean at the
England?
time of the founding? At
the time of the founding. So when they're writing this thing, they know that the federal Congress can regulate effectively all firearms coming in through not only the Commerce Clause, but also the Import Clause, right? No excess duties on imports, except by Congress can do that, but the states can't do it. So you have this ability for Congress to regulate this thing, and they go, actually, that this is a lot. They can regulate a lot, but we really don't want them regulating this. We don't want it. 1, tyranny. 2, militia. 3, everybody's got them. Everybody's got guns. You need them. You're a frontier society. You're expanding into wilderness that is occupied by savages to them, right? And these your people expanding out are going to encounter not only wildlife and other turmoil, they're going to encounter native people who might be hostile or might not. And so the ability to own a gun it's necessary. And again, I would suggest it's near ubiquitous. I would suggest it's more ubiquitous then than now. It's just that we have individuals owning more and more of a hilarious arsenal than we had back then. But.
Also the fact that, I understand the hunting and the frontier aspect, but also the founding fathers saw tyrannical government as the threat that it is. Government has killed way more people than criminals throughout.
But even the Bruin Supreme Court won't talk about it in that context, Steve. Even the Bruin Supreme Court, they talk about the Second Amendment in the context of self-defense. They will not talk about it in the context of tyranny.
I understand that, but I don't want to lose that.
I think you're right. I agree with Steve Gosney.
That's one of many arguments, but to lose, if we fight the hunting battle, it's like, well, who needs an AR-15 for a hunting rifle? Loses the context. There are many reasons for firearms, and riot, civil disorder, government withdrawing its police protection from an area and creating civil disorder. You see that a lot of tyrannical governments do that. They use the criminal underclass as a weapon against the people. In Venezuela, for example, they would withdraw police protection, and they would use that to cow the middle class. So it's not just active tyranny; it's a passive tyranny of allowing criminals to exist. So there must be. We saw that in LA during the LA riots when the rooftop Koreans. It's not far away, the thin veneer of civilization, and firearms allow the individual people, which are the state, we the people, to protect themselves in times of need.
The tightest permissible restriction should be whatever arms our government provides an individual infantryman is what any American citizen should be privileged.
Okay, that's an interesting, you make a point.
And I would define it broader than that, but I think that would be a reasonable threshold. Because then there's crew-served weapons, there's mortars, there's tank. But again, in our Constitution, it says we have a provision for a private navy, right? You could own a warship.
Well, I've always thought my rule of thumb, and I'm not certain. Actually, I'm glad Andrew's here because I've always wanted to ask you this, and that is my rule of thumb is if it's available to a civilian police officer, it should be available to the people.
That's everything the military can have. An infantryman can have.
To me, the military is an external force, external threats. And that's different. They get to have the nukes and the fighter planes and the bombs and that sort of thing. But as individuals, we have the same, because it's a civilian police force. So we should have, civilians have the same access to firearms as civilian police forces.
But in the last 20 years, we've militarized our police forces. So they essentially have all the weapons an infantryman would have. They have armored vehicles. They have fully automatic weapons. They've What's that?
They don't have bombs or crew automatic weapons.
No, but again, those are not the tools of an individual infantryman. Those are crew served weapons. It's a next level up.
They do have they don't have bombs that drop from planes, right? But they do have bombs. I mean, absolutely.
They bomb places. What was in Philadelphia? They bombed out blocks, right? They dropped a bunch of bombs on a building.
That didn't go over real well, did it?
Police forces have explosive devices, and like, what does it become like a? I guess if you could throw it with your hand, is it one category versus using some sort of machinery to deliver it? They use, didn't they send an armored, not a flying drone, but they sent in a drone down in Dallas with an explosive attached? They sent in an Islamic drone to suicide bomb that guy who was holed up in a parking garage in Dallas. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, I do remember that. Yes, that kind of got lost, didn't it? It was the wrong political incorrect perpetrators. But that's
when they make grenades for police officers. They shape them like donuts.
No, they would never throw them. No, I mean, I didn't know Boston Dynamics created the Muhammad Bot 1.0, but it like wheeled itself in there, and the guy's like behind an SUV or whatever, and it's like, you are terminated, and then explodes, and he dies, and it's like, wow, that's cool and terrifying. They have a bomb delivery bot. It's like Amazon, but worse.
I am a 72 Virgins bomb. I'm a 72 Virgins bomb. 71, 70, 69, 68.
But I have a question for you guys. Like, so I hear this disambiguation or whatever distinction between military, like you're saying, crew served weapons versus civilian. Or whatever. Where does this come from? Like, it doesn't. To me, I read the text and I look and I go, like, I know USV Miller has this distinction between actually kind of protects military weapons and Heller unprotects them, which is weird. But you've got this distinction that comes from the fucking turnbuckle that I don't understand. It's like, wait, why are we talking about military versus civilian? Where is that a thing? Yes, enlighten me, Gosney. Where's that in the text?
Well, it's in the Constitution. The Army, the U.S. Army actually precedes the founding of this country. Cool. And the Army is, the military forces are specifically delineated. The commander-in-chief, those are constitutional creations that are powers that are delegated to the federal government. So I would say that's why I make the distinction between military and police. So because
where are you drawing that from the text?
Well, this is the thing. You have to flesh out the text, just like you're saying, what are arms? I think the arms that are available to the military are exclusively external protection. When you're talking about internal policing, then I think there should be an equivalency of arms, the arms race equivalency as we talked about. So, for example, if the police can have it, civilians should have it. If it's going to be directed against the people of the United States, it should. If it's external, now I understand there's been some blurring of the lines here, but we should definitely, if the cops can have it, we should have it. That's my point.
I completely disagree with you right now. And I'm going to use the text. Are you ready, Stephen Gosney?
Go ahead, lay it on me, baby. Bring it on.
Blown out.
Are we back to Steve's book?
Yes.
Yeah, speaking of which.
Stephen Gosney. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, it is a plausible legal definition, as I said, legally defensible definition of why keeping arms is existing, not the exclusive reason, but it's an important one. And it does not say the internal security. The militia is not the police. The militia is the initial force repelling invasion before the Continental Army can march to the state, remembering the deployment of a a battalion of soldiers may take days, but the calling of the militia could happen in hours. So we're talking about a boat landing in Georgia and the people of Atlanta gathering together with their arms, whatever they may be, to repel the invasion force until the army can get orders from Virginia, from the commander in chief, down to the closest battalion, I guess South Carolina, and then walk down into Georgia, or even get the runner down to the military base down in Georgia to respond to the invasion. Like, we're not talking about any sort of comparison to civilian policing in the Second Amendment. The text of the Second Amendment applies or implies the security.
There was no
free
civilian policing
at
the
right. That's the other thing. There wasn't a civilian police force,
So,
but the defense
as,
from
as Nick
external
says,
threats.
the forces against which the militia would be directed were external. They were the French, the Indians, ultimately the British, of course, sometimes the Spanish. But it wasn't that Georgia needed to defend itself against North Carolina or South Carolina, I guess I should say. It was external forces. And keep in mind, however, what the militia really was. The militia was guys like us, right? Just farmers or townsmen, and we'd be called up and we would be expected to show up with a rifle, gunpowder, bullets, right? The accoutrements of going into the field, but
I'm sorry.
probably not a cannon.
I'm sorry. I just have to laugh at what you just said. Like, if we rewind the tape, Andrew Branca just said,
Is this going to be a clip?
Look, the militia. Now, the militia was made up of guys like us, farmers,
Big foreheads.
I'm like 3 white collar, egghead, out of shape, slovenly men, over 40, sitting around yakking at people for a living. It's like, that's what the Minutemen and the militiamen were back then. It's definitely a bunch of lawyers walking around like,
no,
let me talk about the
I
Constitution.
beg to disagree, Mr. Baldo. This guy right here, man, he is quite the marksman.
No, I didn't say that. But
I mean, if you want, I wouldn't go to head with him, man.
But he's talking about the militia being made up of guys like us, and then he talks about farmers and townsmen. It's like three white collar guys.
A lawyer, come on.
3 white
with soft girly hands.
Yeah,
girly hands.
It's like, oh my god, it's just funny to me. That's all. I'm not doubting this man's skill with a gun. He has children.
He's badass, man. I'll tell you, Branca knows how to shoot. I'm okay, but this guy shot competitively.
Yeah.
I did.
Did you win ever? Did you ever win?
Yeah, I got some plaques and stuff. I got some awards on the wall.
Because like they're pro golfers. They're like, I'm a pro golfer. It's like, yeah, have you won ever? Well, no.
I will confess, when I got to the highest competitive levels, literally the master level, I never won again. That was the big leagues. That was
those people are mutants. They're mutants.
Yeah,
they have very fast.
That was their job.
Was
to be competitors.
But it's no, it was just funny to me. But no, I do think that I disagree with you, Steve. I don't think that the Constitution draws a distinction between military arms and civilian arms. Well,
you have a Rumble rant that is calling me out and agreeing.
Yeah.
You see there? Do you see that Rumble rant?
Oh, I'm gonna say it. Here we go. Go for big guy 911. Gosney is fundamentally wrong.
Fundamentally.
all cannons, tanks, he's making an analogy, and Navy analogy battleships. Well, they were actually battleships back then. They were also merchant ships equipped with cannons as well as battleships, but were all privately owned. The founders didn't suddenly unknow this when they drafted the Constitution. Yeah. How do you respond, Gosney? And if it isn't prostrating yourself before go for big guy 911, I don't know how you can.
Well, I would refer to Mr. Go for Big Guy 911. You think you're such a big guy, you put it in your chat. I'd refer you to the Naval Act of 1794 that authorized the original 6 frigates of the U.S. Navy, including Old Ironsides itself, the USS Constitution. So you say, then how do you justify the USS Constitution, Old Ironsides, and in that? So I don't think your categorical statements are correct, my friend.
But okay, ignore the 1% exceptions to the categorical statements.
The US's Constitution, And, you know, the Army was raised. Now, that was raised under the Continental Congress, under the Articles of Confederation. But, and I understand there was militia, but there were also
Borrowed the cannons from private residences.
no, there were donated from France. Those were
Ticonderoga.
yeah. You know, when I was in Savannah, I actually saw they have a cannon that was surrendered at Yorktown. Amazing, all right on the walk in Savannah. And I was like, wow, that's really historic. I was telling my wife about it. It's pretty cool. Cannons surrendered to Washington and given to Savannah right there. You can check it out, touch it. It's amazing. So I don't agree. I don't think your facts are correct, but you know, I understand that this is not one of my areas of expertise. I like history and I'm interested and I like the debate and I like the challenges because it's going to make me go out and dig some more. But the fact is that cannon were generally state operations. Those are very sophisticated weaponry at the time. Bronze casting to create a cannon is a very difficult manufacturing process. Most of the cannons that were captured at Yorktown were of French and English design. The Dolphin, which is the Dolphin, those are
French and English design doesn't mean government owned.
Well, but government created to create that kind of weapon.
Oh, the French and the English, though, they weren't government created by American government. Like
well,
the private residents, the aristocracy purchased those from those governments. They imported them and they used them. It was funny though, because cannons aren't arms according to the law, right? Like cannons are not included in the NFA or the what should we call it, the Gun Control Act,
right? Because it's what
can you bear a cannon?
1898 is 1898
if you're manly.
Firearms created before 1898 are antiques and are not covered by the federal law. Not that we're giving.
But I don't think if you make a cannon today that it's covered by federal law. Is it? Because there's
I would be careful about that. They have a category called destructive devices, which is anything over half an inch bore diameter. So I'd be cautious about that.
I feel
but I buy all my
guns
at gun stores. So
no, because the cannon doesn't have a rifled barrel, and it's I can't remember the reason. It doesn't matter though. But I was just curious. But I don't think it's considered in the same category. It's certainly not in the same category as like a firearm or an AR-15. It's really it's weird because cannons aren't considered especially dangerous or unique weapons, which to me they actually kind of are. So this exception doesn't make sense. And the funnier thing is a cannon from back then operates effectively the same as a cannon from now. Now, not a howitzer, right? Like a howitzer would have like a rifled barrel, I think, and a more direct or a more, as a result, a more accurate arm that goes with it. But cannons, if I'm not mistaken,
I don't know. This is out of our wheelhouse. I will go for big guys taunting me again, and I'll also respond that the Continental Army was created and founded by the Second Continental Congress. And so the Army predates the U.S.
What about the Navy, though? Because he's talking about the Navy.
The Navy also. Now the question is, what are the, when we get to the particulars of the firearms and the weaponry that's being used, who originally purchased it and owned it, a vast multitude of the weaponry that was used was brought into it from the militias and from the hunters, but also they were also bought from abroad and brought in because of the manufacture of the more modern weaponry. So, it's a complicated question. This is not, there aren't simple historical answers, but it's an interesting discussion historically. I mean, I like talking about this as a history buff, not as a legal commentator on this issue, because.
But if we don't remember, this all originated from a question about originalism, right? Okay. Right. Versus Breyer. And I think this is really interesting because when we get into a discussion about originalism on the right, we tend to default right to the Second Amendment because it's the most unoriginalist treated amendment we can think of at any given moment. But let's apply Second Amendment reasoning to the Third Amendment. And what conclusions do we come to, right? So what is the quartering of soldiers in peacetime if we take an originalist approach and if we limit it to soldiers of the Navy and the Army, the only two branches of the military that existed at the time of the founding? Now you have a Marines and an Air Force, but I believe the Marines are part of the Navy officially and the Air Force is part of the Army. But Oh, is the Air Force part of the Navy as well?
Air Force is a separate arm.
Okay,
Marines
so-
are a sub
But
arm.
originally, the Air Force was the Army Air Corps, and it was split off. But
Right.
it was originally there was just an Army and a Navy.
So what if you put in a modern drone striking operation inside, like they quarter them in my house because they're going to attack Canada. Like, all right, we're gonna quarter these 3 Navy men who aren't going to do, or Air Force Chair Force guys who are just going to sit around and do nothing but demand sandwiches while they play with their joysticks and fly drones into Canada to blow up Trudeau's friends or whatever. They're going to do that. Is that a violation of the Third Amendment? And we say, of course. But if you take an originalist approach, you go, okay, well, now there's a new branch of the military that is not, they're not soldiers, right? Like in the same concept as we're thinking of an infantry. We're thinking of officers who are commanding infantry. These are guys who fly planes or they use electronic means to pilot an unmanned aircraft into another place.
They're military. They have license from the government to take human life in a manner outside the realm of a civilian. So
I agree.
The realm of self-defense.
I agree, but an originalist has to go through these questions, and then more importantly, we go to like what if it's an FBI agent? What if it's a CIA agent? What if it's a state police officer? An originalist looks at this and goes, well, a state police officer is not in any way a soldier. But if you try to quarter a state police, if you try to barracks like state police officers in houses like around a city to deal with a crime spree, there's no way that would pass Third Amendment muster, right? Like there's no way you could see the mayor of New York going, all right, we need NYPD stationed strategically in this building, which is a big crime problem. We've got them in multiple random rooms in a high-rise apartment complex. And they're going to stay there for 3 days, and the citizens who live there are just going to have to deal with these police officers.
You know, NYPD used to do stuff like that. They used to do stuff like that.
Did they get ousted by Third Amendment?
They no. Well, it was with the consent of the property owners, but they'd have these convenience stores getting robbed all the time, and they'd put a couple detectives in the freezer in the back of the convenience store, and the next time the armed robbers came in, the cops would just step out and shoot them in the head.
Damn.
Yeah,
that's
cool. Hardcore.
Yeah, and that's hilarious. Except we go, well, those guys had rights, but it's
I got to say, this is such a guy discussion. I feel like I'm with my bros talking at a bar about about stuff that we know something about, but not like completely.
Well, but no one knows about.
I used to know some of those cops. They'd run on body counts like 10, 15, 20 people they've killed in their career. Today, that doesn't happen. A cop kills one person. He's never given the opportunity to shoot.
And they're defeating every college chick. No, but it's an interesting discussion because Steve, I want to point this out. Like, yeah, we may not know all of the ins and outs of these concepts, but some of the concepts are novel. And the Supreme Court justices who are tackling these novel concepts, at least if I can analogize this to Trump's situation, they don't have any idea, right? Like they don't have any idea what to do with an indicted president.
I think there's some really good, and now if you want to read U.S. Supreme Court decisions, you got to read them carefully because they're advocating for their ultimate conclusion.
Right.
But a good appellate decision, like a good U.S. Supreme Court decision, should explain to you, the consumer, the people, about why they are doing what they are doing, and they should do it in a very convincing way. That is the beauty of the common law, is that we, the people, get to read the reasoning of our justices and of our Supreme Court
or lack thereof.
And
I'm talking about on my stream.
No, and so when you read a well-written and a well-reasoned opinion, then like Marshall did a great job on the death penalty. On which case was that? I think it was the Gregg decision.
Wait, Thurgood Marshall or John Marshall?
No, Thurgood Marshall.
Oh, okay.
And it was a very comprehensive, soup to nuts historical view leading up to the current situation. And it was a brilliant. So you can, if you find a good case and a good justice who's doing their job, they will lay it out to the best of their ability, and you will coherently and clearly see what the ideological and philosophical differences are between the judges and why they decided what they are. And that educates us. When judges play games and they're using ideology to just come to conclusions and rely on raw power, the law drifts away from the people and it becomes more tyrannical.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
So somebody in the comments mentioned Jim Cirillo, Tales of the Stakeout Squad. That's actually who I was talking about. I knew Jim Cirillo. He was an NYPD cop who would hide evening schoolers and shoot robbers when they came in. He died maybe 10 years ago or so.
But those
I knew him. I heard these stories right from him.
Did the cops have consent to be in those businesses, though?
Oh, yeah.
So that's not a Third Amendment issue, right?
No.
Like,
right.
Yeah, so that changes it dramatically.
I just thought it was a good story.
And then the next question is, like, you're in a business, is that quartering in a home? And then we get into questions of what is a home? Is it a domicile? Because some businesses are treated like domiciles in regards to other laws. And those are interesting Third Amendment questions that don't usually have to be asked, because we don't go, we're going to just station people in here without your consent. Because usually if a law enforcement officer is being put somewhere for a period of time, it's with the consent because the person has a concern about, you know, their safety or something that's going on. It doesn't come up that often. But these aren't, the point of this is these are novel questions, and the people who are answering them don't really have any expertise. Ask Madison, right? Hey, Madison, does criminal immunity exist for a president who is no longer in office, who took classified documents out of the White House to his private residence and didn't return them when asked by the succeeding administration's attorney general? And he'd be like, the fuck? Like, what Madison said? Classified documents. Like, what the hell is a classified document? Why is this a thing? Wait, what? The president doesn't have like ultimate authority here? But he's taking documents from the nation's residence to his private residence. Like, that seems like a lot, because that's a long way. Oh, and by the way, that's from DC down to Florida. Like, he's like, oh my God, Florida. Isn't that where the Seminoles are or whatever? Like, he does. The concepts of them are so far. So we do have to figure in some kind of interpretation. And how can you have an originalist discussion with that? Like, how can you? But similarly, how can our justices go back and go, you know what they're thinking? This is what they were probably thinking there. This is how we're going to attack. They don't know what they're talking about. They're making shit up just as much as everybody else.
Well, but this is
why I hate the legal profession so much.
Well,
everybody's making it up.
It's necessary, but not sufficient. You need to start there. Start with a text, start with a history, and then move it forward based on the law and the evolving common law, and use the best reasoning and do the best we can with what we have. I think if you're stuck in that originalist trap, that's just as much of a tyranny as is the free-flowing, whatever I think it is, leaving, breathing constitution concept. Both of those are opposed to individual human freedom. So we need to, there is a technique here. There is a rational technique. It's called the common law. And that is, we have our governing document, which gives us broad principles. We start with what the meaning is, what the text says, and then we reason using fact situations applied to that law, deciding them fact to fact, and not making broad sweeping pronouncements from on high of grand justice and grand proclamations of justice. That's a recipe for judicial tyranny. And that's where a lot of conservatives object to this living, breathing constitution, because the judges are, quote, legislating from the bench. Instead, they should be applying the facts to the laws that exist and case by case individually.
Yeah, that's why I actually hate Marbury versus Madison. Because I believe that the Supreme Court, I believe the Supreme Court was given original jurisdiction over certain matters, and then appellate jurisdiction over all of these other matters. And yet, the purpose of that was not to, in my opinion, limit it to 9 justices who would hear 130 cases a year and then disregard every other case under those jurisdictions. I think that's ridiculous. I don't think that's what the founders intended.
How many justices under Marbury? Were there 9?
6, I think, at the time. It was one of the first cases.
Even worse, right?
Right. But they didn't have as many cases, and they didn't have the ability to bring as many cases. There weren't as many federal laws and federal regulations. There weren't as many civil issues that had been developed, and there weren't as many people. But we limited it to 9 a while back, and then we said this is how the Supreme Court. Well, Marbury versus Madison says how the Supreme Court would operate. We say what the law is. We create binding precedent, and we go on from there. And now that's the law forever until we change our minds. But we actually don't go against stare decisis. We don't actually overturn our reasoning. We just find some way that is different or whatever to justify it. And
distinguishable.
I don't think that that's right, because I like what you said, Steve. Apply the facts and the law to what you have before you. And I think that's what the Supreme Court was supposed to do. I don't think it was supposed to decide everything in these sweeping decisions. Like, I don't think Chevron.
That's not how human beings work. They don't work
I know
that
it's
way.
not, but they should, because
Well,
I'm better.
This is another thing that I deal with a
John
lot.
Marshall's stupid.
And people don't know me. I do criminal appellate law, and so I deal with appellate courts. And most appellate courts, they just rubber stamp things. There's no opinion. There's no writing. And the problem is you get justices that say, well, there's all these books full of cases here. Why should we add to this book? So everything's decided. It's certain, right? And it's like it's all set in stone and there's nothing new to be learned. So why should we write another decision on another fact pattern? And
it's so bad. Most of their decisions in large population states, they don't even publish anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, they don't technically publish anymore.
Well,
but the crazy thing is,
we have 95% of our criminal cases are PCAs, meaning no written opinion, just affirmed without opinion. The problem with that is that undercuts the entire concept of the common law, and that is the evolution of the law through the application of specific facts to the law as it exists. So as the laws change, as fact patterns come in, you need those individual examples. When you teach a concept, you teach with a definition and a set of examples. And if you rob the definition of its examples, the text becomes meaningless and arbitrary. So we need to have courts doing that function, but instead we abdicate it into becomes this political arm, and it robs us of the richness of the common law, which is rationality.
The problem with Marbury versus Madison in this concept, to me, is you get a system by which the Supreme Court makes affirmative amendments. And all you have to do, you don't have to look far on this. Look at Roe versus Wade, right? The Supreme Court created an affirmative right to an abortion where none existed. Nothing even close to the concept of that existed. And there was no reason for the Supreme Court to create that concept. They did not need to create a protection for abortion. And the current system allows for abortion in any state. The states could do this. All states could legalize abortion. In reality, all states could legalize some level of, decriminalize, I should say, some level of murder. All of it, right? Like, think about this. If Kentucky was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna take the manslaughter and murder statutes out. We're gonna take them out. Can you go and assert your right to life before the Supreme Court and require Kentucky to create a criminal statute on murder for you? No, you can't. Like, how can the Supreme Court compel a state to criminalize a thing? They can't do that.
I mean, we decriminalize murder now. We do it today. I mean, as an illustration, for example, in 49 states, if you find some guy stealing your laptop out of your car and he's walking away with it and you shoot him in the back of the head, that's murder, because you can't use deadly force in defense of mere personal property. But if you're in Texas, it's not murder. Texas allows you to use deadly force. So some people would argue that Texas has effectively decriminalized what every other state would call murder.
Yeah, but I want to take it farther, though, because a state could just remove their murder and manslaughter statutes from the books. And I don't think the Supreme Court can, since the right to life is not a positive right. It is a negative, it is a restrictive recognition of liberty on government. The government cannot take your right to life without due process, but the government has no mandate, and we know this from Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, to protect your right to life through a statute criminalizing murder. They don't have to do it. In fact, they don't have to have a statute. They don't have to have enforcement of it. They don't have to do anything. So the problem is now under Roe versus Wade, they had to create a positive protection for an act, which is weird. That's a strange aspect of it. And
I'm not sure if the abortion context is a little bit hot and political, and I think detracts from the philosophical discussion.
Well, that's why I analogized it to a murder statute to get away from the abortion context.
Yeah, because you had a really good Odysseus 17 made a really good point that I was thinking about throwing at you. Yeah. It looks like there's been a little interaction there, and he said Nick's take on Marbury Madison is interesting, but he overlooks the fact that literally all the founders were alive at the time and didn't take issue with it, including the Chief Justice Marshall himself, who was appointed by Washington and
Right.
was friends with Washington and wrote the biography of George Washington in a personal manner. So I think that's a pretty good point there, Nick. You have a response?
Yeah, I do. I do. One, my response to him in the chat was merely the effect that sort of binding precedent and the structure of the Supreme Court would not happen until much later. Right. Like the effect of having these binding decisions where the Supreme Court took an extra constitutional power that was not delegated to them and said, no, we actually have the power to say what the law is forever going forward. That's not in Article 3 of the Constitution. They don't have that. They just have jurisdiction over cases and controversies under their original jurisdiction and their appellate jurisdiction. And their appellate jurisdiction can be circumscribed or delegated by Congress in various ways. That's all they have. They went in Marbury versus Madison. They went outside the Constitution. Says no. We say what the law is. Like actually, you don't. Congress says what the law is. The president agrees with it, or Congress overrides what the president disagrees with. Congress says what the law is. The Supreme Court never does. That's not in Title 3 or in Article 3 at all. They go. That's literally in the text of Marbury versus Madison. We say what the law is. Okay. They did that to prevent the executive and the legislature from going outside of the Constitution and their constitutionally delegated authority, ironically, which I think was funny. But no, they didn't take umbrage with it for two reasons. One, the entire common law is built on this idea of sort of a snowball effect of law being created as issues come up. So I think it's kind of within their regular sort of perception to think, oh, this will naturally progress this way. But under the English system, the common law is circumscribed by the fact that you cannot bind an existing parliament by prior acts of either parliament or really the judiciary in prior time. So you can't they can't actually bind parliament from creating new laws in England. They can't do that under that system. But here you can under Marbury versus Madison, but not under the Constitution, which is crazy.
It all comes back to Andrew Breitbart. Politics is downstream of culture. Right. When you have a cohesive culture, you can have a wide variety of mechanisms for the politics, and the law is politics that work because the culture is cohesive. When you have a disrupted culture like we have today, none of the mechanisms are going to work.
Oh, absolutely. 100% agree with that. That is a very important point, that we need to work on the popular culture just as much as we do, from this top-down academic, because it's we the people. And it takes individual people being reasonable and with a coherent society in order for all of this thing to work. If people stop believing in the principles of law and order and the law, and we stop following the Constitution, we throw all that out, we really are living in a post-constitutional republic. So we
only have a constitution in the first place because of the culture of the founders, right? That's where it came from.
But see, I want to point that out though, because that is a critical difference between, this is what I was talking about. There's a critical difference between England, the Parliament and the King, and the United States and the creation of the legislature, the executive and the judicial branches that are separated. Is remember that the Constitution is the ultimate authority. It is the primary law of the land. It is the ultimate law of the land. And it has an ability to change over time that is baked in and politically exceedingly difficult without massive unity on political will, right? And it is the binding law, not, remember, the system they come from, what the founders are coming out of.
And the founders knew what Andrew Breitbart said, right? John Adams said that our Constitution is suited to a moral and religious people, and it's utterly unsuited to any other type of people. That's just another way of saying that politics is downstream of culture.
And one of the reasons I was writing these popular novels and books is, and I write things like Brucey the One-Eyed Wonder Dog.
Just call it porn, Steve. It's porn. It's fine. We get it.
It's really not. Although I was trying to get Nick to sponsor the book, and I would insert whatever sex toy of his choice would be.
I'm sorry. If you want me to pay for insertion, that's prostitution. Steve, that's still illegal in most places.
Okay, well, it depends. We call
Vegas, baby.
No, but part of it is that obviously I have a perspective on the death penalty, and so and because I see it, I work with it, I argue against it, I have a book on the public policy debate, but people they come at it from, they don't really see it the way I see it. They aren't involved in it, day-to-day process, right?
Sure.
So one of the things I did with death penalty desires was I put a death penalty case right in the middle of the book. So it goes from beginning investigation, case, investigation, suspects, defense, a trial, consequences. So you can see the entire span of what it actually is. And so there's a core of hard law in the middle of this book. And it's a fictional book that's entertaining, that's fun to read. But what it does is it gives you a perspective and gives you a fact. You live it. So it's a cultural contribution. It's not just, it's got to be a little bit salacious to get people interested, right? But once you're interested, you're actually going to learn about what is involved with a death penalty trial. And I tried to make it the most interesting possible death penalty trial.
Steve, stop. Don't tell people that they're going to buy a salacious book about sex and murder and death. You're like, well, in the middle of it, though, you're going to learn something about a death penalty. No, you're not going to learn shit other than how horny you are and how much you want to murder people, because it's great.
The seminar in chapter 13.
I know what Steve's doing. It's very right. We're gonna hit the book in 2 seconds. I just got to finish this one point, and that is that all those founders came from a system that could not bind future parliaments from creating law. And when Marbury versus Madison happened, they didn't need to object, because effectively it was them restating the common law. And as time has gone on, that has created a system by which effective amendments to the Constitution could be made by the judicial branch, which was never intended, not even close. So yeah, none of the founders objected, because it went along with their concept of the development of the common law in the United States. They've got these justices who are going to issue opinions about what the law is, and that's what will happen. We're going to state this. This is what this means. This is the thing. But the ultimate idea was that we always went back to a constitution which would bind everybody else. Everybody, including the justices, including future Congresses. This document binds that. And that is gone, because now the justices can simply say, the document doesn't say that because we say it says something different. Now we're not bound by anything, including the Constitution, and the
of course,
judiciary isn't.
In the context of the founding, the common law did develop. It developed over time, but it developed at the speed of a glacier. It developed over hundreds of years. There's no common law inflection point, unless you're thinking of like the Magna Carta, where we had a Roe v. Wade decision, where no state had ever decided that abortion was legal, and then the U.S. Supreme Court decides, no, we're just going to make it legal for everybody. That's not a common law thing.
Let's stop talking about the common law. And let's talk about the uncommon law of Stephen.
By the way, I saw
Gosney's
Legal Vices
crime
in the chat.
killer. Yeah, he's going to join us in a little bit. I hope.
Okay.
I hope. If you have some time, look at that.
Ooh, look at
Caitlyn
that.
Jenner on the cover with a strong chin and a strong underboob showing. Very happy.
It's interesting here, because you are actually showing the PG-rated soft cover.
That's what happens when I click on the link on your. Look.
No, go up to shop. Look, go back. Look.
Yeah, this is the opening page.
Okay, look. Keep scrolling. Look, what's this one? The pink one.
R-rated. It's got a nipple.
Why do you have the PG one here? Whose hand is this?
It's like a child's hand. It's so creepy.
No, it's a female hand.
Okay, all right.
You see in the orange?
Who's wearing this puffy shirt? Why is she still wearing clothes?
The book yet? You need to read the book.
I do need to read the book. Does it have pictures?
You've got one on your way. Both of you all have one on your way, by the way. There's an R-rated version and there's a PG-rated version. The PG, the definitive edition is the R-rated softcover, which is you're showing right here. Okay, that's it, and it's only available at stevegosney.com. The PG version, which is suitable for work and learning, and which will actually be a textbook that I will use to teach death penalty appellate lawyers, in addition, as an entertaining way to learn. That PG version is available on Amazon, Kindle Unlimited, for free. So if you have
Don't offer it to the Colorado Public Defender's Office.
Look,
yeah.
Guys, please. Steve has been drinking. If you learn from this book, you're gay. So that's all I have to say. Like, go read the book. It's salacious. It's wonderful.
Are you the expert on gayness now?
Literally, yes.
Well, apparently. That's a rumor.
Rumor.
Hey, I've been there. I know what it's like to be on the receiving
Me too.
end.
The first hour of the show, there was somebody in the comments calling me gay relentlessly. It's fine. I don't care.
Yes,
Look, what
I'm
happens in Vegas
comfortable with
stays in
my
Vegas. I
sexuality.
love seeing you guys there. I love seeing so much of you in Vegas all the time. Just kidding,
Well-
of course. No, look, I can't wait for this to actually come to my house because I want to read this book. It's easy for you, Steve. It's easy for you to create articles and philosophical books about what to do, what you've learned over the years, how you apply it, what law means, how law meshes with morality and ethics. It's easy for you to do that. You've done it multiple times. You do it very, very well. Prepare is a great book, by the way. Everybody, with the forward by Nick Ricada, your one and only, who surprised the hell out of Steve by actually writing a forward. And he went, "Oh, you did read the book?" And I was like, "Well, most of it."
Yes,
But,
you did a good job on the forward. It's a fill. There's a piece of faith. There's a bit of preparation, and there's faith, and there's also a meditation on the idea of individual rights, which I know that one of the reasons I asked you to do the forward is because I think you're a big believer in the First Amendment and the idea of individual freedom. And so you focused on that part of the book, and I appreciate it. And but of course, notice that there's no forward on this book. I'd be embarrassed. But I will say that
I would have written the.
yeah.
No, keep talking.
Careful,
No, I'm
careful.
here. Fine.
The Death Penalty Desires, I'm very happy. This came out of just kind of nowhere. It was an inspired book. But it's interesting because I wrote the structure of it. There's a death penalty trial and this whole concept, and I developed that. And then the two main characters, which you see on the cover, which is the heroic appellate lawyer on the front with the chest that's modeled after my chest, of course, and the lady in the orange jumpsuit who is the object of the passion lust. And these love interests here, the philosophical part of this book came right at the end. And I'm really pleased with how it came out. It's the thread of the character arcs of the two main characters. It's not just, obviously there's a salacious aspect here that gets your interest, but there's also a character arc about learning about a meditation about, I'll just go ahead and share it because
Okay.
the part that's downplayed in the PG version is a dominance and submission theme.
Ooh, it's 50
Now we're getting to it.
Oh, do I get to judge your BDSM commentary? That could be. Wait,
maybe maybe
I'm not
I
gonna
would like to hear what you have to say when you read
Steve,
it.
I'm not going to ask about your field research into the BDSM sections of this book. How did you determine what the dominance and submission aspects are?
All the subs end up being prosecutors.
You're not supposed to give it away, Branca. That was the
burn right there. That was great. No, it's I don't. You rattled me. No, we had a client who was a very submissive and agreeable female, and I think that there's a lot of women that come at it from that perspective that think that is a protection, that they are safe from the criminal justice system. They let the man lead, and they sit back in the shadows and follow, and are passive, and think that is somehow they're going to escape any kind of consequence for that. And I thought it was fascinating because that person that I'm thinking about, that was a former client, ended up in prison for 10 years. And so it's like, well, how can that happen? How can somebody who's passive and submissive end up at odds with the criminal justice system? Because most of the people that I represent are very aggressive, disagreeable kind of folks like me and Branca, right? How is it that somebody is so agreeable get in trouble with the law? And so I thought about that concept, and I put that into the book as sort of a character arc. And it's a meditation for women, really. It's a book, I really wrote it for women because to understand if you are agreeable and submissive, where that is properly placed and located in your life, and not to expand that into everything, because that's also a recipe for disaster. So there's some morality and lessons in here that are sort of subtle and deep-seated, which is typical. I don't like being too heavy-handed.
Well, Steve, it's obviously written for women. Just look at the cover. If it was written for men, it would have to start, "Dear Florida Supreme Court." I never thought this would happen to me, but
look,
Danny on Direct is in the chat. Hey, Danny.
I've just got to suggest that whoever's on the cover is not heavy-handed at all. But speaking of things that expand things, I do have to welcome. Well, I don't know how long I've got it. guest of the stream. What's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, man.
Steve said he needed the maritime law, something about a book full of seamen or something.
I don't know what he's even. I didn't mean to corrupt this man, but I did, apparently.
It's a feature. It's peel apart pages.
Right.
Scratch and Sniff, the Steve Gosney book.
Look
So
at it.
Penalty Desire Scratch and Sniff pop-up book. That's what we need.
Oh, God, that'd be great. That's the OnlyFans rated version. And only in hardcover.
You probably get it in schools.
I forgot to do this, guys, to the chat. This is available at stevegosney.com. stevegosney.com. You can buy his other books there too. But if you're looking for the TNA book that Steve wrote, you got to buy this one where you can learn about BDSM and murder. Steve, did you read about that case? It had to be Florida, but I don't know if it was, but it should have been. In spirit, it was. Did you read about that case where the guy was convicted, or he was charged with the murder of his girlfriend who died of asphyxiation? And his defense was, my penis is so large that she literally choked to death on it. And I'm willing, and his lawyer said, and my client, Your Honor, is willing to put it literally on the table in front of the jury to show them just how massive this thing is. Did you hear about the case?
I'm not surprised that you're aware of this case, but sadly I am not.
I'm just so glad I jumped in after we stopped talking about all the important constitutional law stuff and just. I would suggest we make the hand on the girl a little bit bigger on the next publishing.
I think it's really good. I think my buddy Grok did a great job on the cover. I think it's perfect.
Do you know how big this dude is? This guy's like 7'6".
No, he's like
Reacher.
That's a really tiny hand, though. It kind of looks odd.
Come on, you guys. See there, it's always projection. All of this is projection.
Well, I didn't create the cover.
Look, I'm just saying that the lawyer's big. He's not like 5'3". That's all. He's not like a little shrimpy guy. That's a big beefy lawyer in a big beefy suit, and that's a full size woman's hand. That's what I went to. I don't know why everybody else is like, well, I don't know about that. That looks like a Clinton appointee or whatever.
You have a very petite wife, Steve. Nick.
I do. She's tiny, dainty fingers. So to me, it's not surprising at all.
Well, and I will say the lead character also is a real dominant alpha male. So, I really want people's impressions. So please do, if nothing else, go to Amazon Kindle Unlimited, download the book and read the PG version of the book. If not, it's free if you have Amazon Unlimited. So is Death Penalty Debates, as well as The Summer Friend, are all up on Kindle right now. So you can get all of those on Kindle Unlimited. If you want the salacious R-rated version, you can only get that at stevegosney.com. So that's what that's the reason for the season. And thank you for going there.
Steve, are you going to do a live reading of the book like on an OnlyFans channel? Or
absolutely not. I thought about that because I will definitely not read this book online. How's that?
What? Oh, you got to get Gilbert Gottfried to do it.
He's dead.
And then he went to the trial. He was wearing his garter underneath his suit. It was beautiful and luscious.
Like, could you?
That's
be
good.
terrible.
It was not that Gilbert Gottfried was alive, though.
Wait, he died?
Yeah.
Oh, did he die from that guy's giant penis?
Probably not, but yeah, he died a couple of months ago.
Those are his last words. Gak.
See, this is the thing. You can't have a serious discussion with these guys. It's the thing. Although I understand that the fodder is there. It's a sex toy killer. I get it. But, what can I say?
Look, this is a serious discussion. Without a hint of irony, I am very excited for the book. I am. Because I think people get this dry impression of the legal profession. And even you go rosy-eyed into law school, you're like, I'm going to go help the poor. I don't know what liberal weird thing you guys went for. I'm
going to be a corporate lawyer.
I was going to go be a lawyer for the banks. I'm like, I'm going to fucking evict all these people. I hate all of them. A foreclosure of houses, bring it to me. That's what I wanted to do, to protect the banks, because banks are funny. And then I was like, but they live there. And so I didn't want to do that. Once I got into law, I was like, I don't actually want to represent banks. I kind of hate them. And I really just want to say fuck you to the government. That's what I want to do. And so then I changed my perspective. But you go in and you're like, you have an idea about how the world works, how people are, what murderers are, what criminals are really. And then you go practice and you're like, oh, actually criminals are kind of like normal. And a lot of them aren't even criminals. Like, don't get me wrong, they're really bad people out there. But a lot of people who are charged with a crime are just normal people who had a bad day. There's a bad circumstance, whatever they're caught into. And you go, oh shit. Even if they're guilty, you're like, oh, this system is steamrolling good people who had a bad time. And the punishment that they're receiving is not consummate to the damage they may have done. Why is the system like this? And you'll go from someone who is like, you know, holding a gun at someone's face and taking their money. And then you're talking to them 10 seconds later and they're telling you about the last video game they played or what they were doing this weekend. You're like, wow, that sounds like everybody I know.
The system's literally insane.
Well,
I mean, the pendulum just swings from, hey, guy's got a joint, put him in prison for 50 years. And then it swings all the way to, oh, he murdered a family of 8. Well, just release him on his own recognizance. It's fine.
Well, the idea here is that, you know, you all of us here that are on this side. I mean, obviously we know that there's a market. There's a lot of people that like watching jury trials. They like watching criminal law. And so I said, I am going to give you packed into one trial, all the best stuff from my career in a fictionalized way. But most of the incidents that you will read about in this are real incidents that I have experienced in my trial career, packed into one comprehensive jury trial. So if you like watching jury trials, this is a book that will give you all kinds of interesting angles on it, including the thinking of the lawyers, the thinking of the judges, the thinking of the prosecutors, the clients, their experiences, how things unfold, the personalities involved. All of these things I bring to bear in this novel. So a lot of it is real law and real incidents that come out of my experience and background. So it's targeting the people that are watching this channel right now. This is the book I wrote for you.
Ooh, speaking of people watching this channel right now that need a shout out, Danny on Direct is in the chat. Hi, Danny. How you doing? She's great. She's wonderful. And everybody should say hi to her in the chat. That would be lovely. It's been way too long since I've actually talked to her on stream or anything like that. So I wanted to acknowledge her in the chat and say hi. She also says 50 Shades is mid. So apparently, if you guys want to know about the BDSM community and the real story behind dominance and submission, you should talk to Danny on Direct and SteveGosney.com.
Right. Danny does it Salt Lake style.
Yeah, Danny's on fire in the chat. I love it. She's fired up. I like a fired up Danny.
Yeah, she's fantastic and hilarious. And also 50 Shades is mid because like most things that are written by women, it is a women's self-fulfillment fantasy. It has nothing to do with BDSM or the bondage, dominance, submissive community. It's about exchanges of power. And they're like, oh, BDSM is about exchanges of power. It's like, no. And I'm actually, I'm going to compliment E.L. James and say that despite her shit technical writing, her power dynamics in the book are actually really good, interesting concepts. The fact that she couched them in BDSM was a giant bear trap that she willingly stepped into. What a dummy for picking a subject she knew nothing about, only for that community to mock her. She didn't need any of it for the interesting parts of the book about a college girl who had no reason to be, to entice a billionaire into a relationship, but basically completely subverted everything he said in the book and had all of the power in the thing because, again, women's fantasy. And she thought that some billionaire cared that much about her because she's so pretty and lovely. No, sorry, guys.
And there's a lot of pretty girls. Now that author owns her own country. The only stupid thing about all of this is that none of us thought of it first.
No kidding. But that's because, because we would have written the Christian Grey version, it would have been much more blood involved. It would have been
I would have just written the Christian version.
It would have been like
all about King David's temple and whatnot.
It would have been like 50 Shades of John Wick. Headshot.
Guys, I keep
just don't get it in the eye.
I keep bringing this story up because I always forget about it from the Bible. But Levi's like, oh, the Christian version. This came up in church the other day as my pastor's going through numbers because he hates people, apparently. He's going through numbers, but he reminds us of the story of Saul agreeing to allow David to marry his daughter only on the condition that David brings him 100 Philistine foreskins. Yep, that's in there because apparently they throw them into bags like chips or whatever. And David's like, you know what? We're not going to just bring back 100 Philistine foreskins. That's what he asked for. I like Philistine foreskins so much, I'm bringing back 200. That's the Bible. The Bible's weird as shit. That's way weirder than 50 Shades of Grey. What like, did he
And
put
now
them
we
on
call
like
them pork
rings?
rinds.
Like, how did he carry them? Did he have a bag? I don't know if a bag of foreskins is weirder or like rings of like on his fingers. Which one is stranger? And I'm uncomfortable with this entirely.
When I was young, we were told to skip the book, the Songs of Solomon, because it was Bible porn.
Yeah, of course. That's a man who really likes a chick talking about her a whole lot. And you're like, well, this is almost uncomfortable. It's kind of, well, how old was this girl? Times were different back then. Right? Like, that's what you got to think through. Remember that Solomon lived in a different time than us. And he's talking about one of maybe thousands of women, because Solomon had a giant harem of women.
Well, I really want to hear what people's feedback. I know AJME in the chat here. She's read it already. She's read the R-rated version of the book. I'm fascinated to hear, because there are some subtle messages in the book that are theological, philosophical. There's a lot of subtle things that when I write these things, they come out of the kind of the muse hits me, and they kind of flow, right? It just comes out. But when I come back and I look at it later, I see that there's themes that are developed over time throughout the book that I wasn't even aware were there when I actually wrote it. It's really an interesting process of writing. And I loved writing this book. It was really a lot. It was one of the most fun books to write. In fact, people say, how can Gosney, this Christian guy, write a book about dominance and submission? But one of my most enjoyable characters to write was the guy named High Z, who is this rapper thug guy, and who's just so opposite of me. It's not even funny. And actually, Will Parker, Andrew knows Will. He's sort of the inspiration in the book. He's kind of in there. There's a lot of inside jokes for people who watch LawTube in this book also. And so I kind of salted it with some of that. But it's amazing when you write things, how you're not aware of what you're even writing. You're just letting the muse speak to you, and it comes out the way it comes out. And so, but I had so much fun writing this. And Legal Vices, you weren't here when I told you. You don't really know how your chat inspired this book, because David Nelson, who's in the chat, he got me going one time. He was in the Vice Squad chat, because I was hanging out in the Vice Squad, a great chat he has. And it just kind of, it got me laughing and relaxed so much that it just opened up those floodgates of creativity. So thank you for Jeff. This is another, I'm glad that Jeff showed up, because
keep my name out your mouth. No, just kidding.
I'm sending you also a
Please.
Speaking of keeping things out of mouths, if you guys can talk about the book or whatever else for just a minute, I need to go to the restroom, and I need to check on Lady Brackets real quick. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But please carry on. Talk about the book. Tell people why they should buy it. I'll be right back.
Yes. And so it is a very
this book is not haram. This book is
so
haram.
basically, yeah, we can blame credit my chat for this book. Okay.
This book should have burqa.
Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on up here, but yeah, so get the R-rated version at stevegosney.com, and the definitive copy is the R-rated soft cover. There is a PG rated version if you want to read the story and you're grossly offended by depictions of sex and violence. There's about I'd say it's about 15 pages shorter, the PG version, but you're losing a thread of one of the themes that goes through the book, basically the dominance and submission theme. But other than that, it will be fine. And it's really a meditation on how somebody who is super submissive can still get in trouble with the law. And there's a lot of lessons like, I'm just going to agree. The cops are my friends. Why don't I tell you? Let me confess to you. Let me tell you what happened. And Andrew, you know that as defense lawyers, when the client's talking to the police, you're just pulling your hair out. You're like, why are you doing that? And this is a good example of that. There's an interrogation scene, and it's like, well, the cops are on my side, right? I'm just going to be agreeable. That's always a good strategy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, well, that
horrific.
one-
And
that
it's
one
almost as
blonde
bad when
cop-
the clients are talking to the lawyers. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
if above the client's head there was like a buzzer and a big word like lie, the clients
Oh.
are talking to me. I'm hearing that lie buzzer go off like a typewriter. I mean, the clients lie to their own lawyers all the time. It's horrific. But of course, when they're talking to the cops is when they really bury themselves.
Well,
Because you can't take that back.
And anything you say, the thing people don't realize, the things that you say, if it hurts you, it will come in. If it helps you, it will not.
Phrasing.
It will not. Right.
Are we talking about the book still?
Yeah, well, you know, it's in the book. There's
Is that one of the lines? If it hurts you, it'll come in.
I don't even know. I'm just telling you, if you're speaking to the police, that comes into evidence at a jury trial. And this is the real law. There's a framework of real law behind this. One of the reasons people love My Cousin Vinny, a lot of the lawyers love it, is because it's true to life.
Yeah, it's great. Best law movie ever made.
Right. So that's what this is. This is a real jury trial in the middle. I mean, it's fictionalized, but it's got the framework of law in it. And there's a sexy love story buried in it. So how could you not?
So, Steve, I have an idea for your next book.
Oh,
I
dear.
think it should be on tenant law, like rental property law for
Chapter 83
for poor but highly attractive young men. You could call it hobosexual.
Dear Penthouse, I went to collect my rent, and you'll never believe what happened.
Well, what can I say to that? Oh, and Jeff, your
What?
streams on this Baltimore disaster. That was an excellent stream you had today. You're like the go-to guy on that now, aren't you?
No,
What
but
are you talking about? Your analysis was excellent. I loved it today.
well, I agree. I mean, everything I do is excellent.
Well, no,
but,
what I
yeah.
mean, that you did a full recitation and a refutation of a lot of the stupid conspiracy theories that are winding up around it.
Just because none of them make any sense. I mean, the only thing you need to look at is everyone in literally any single person who is in any way involved in the maritime industry is saying it's nothing other than an accident. The only people that are saying it's not an accident are people that have zero idea how any of it works. So that's all you need to look at.
Hey, Jeff, I've always meant to ask you, like on Halloween, do you have like a Godzilla costume you put on and you walk around South Korea and scare the fuck out of people?
I just do that anyway. I am the Godzilla costume. I just kind of bump into buildings a little more often.
Yeah. Nathan is asking about the R-rated softcover and ebook are available at stevegosney.com. The PG-rated Death Penalty Desired minus the lust is available on Amazon exclusively.
Well, what's desire minus lust? I mean, that's just
desires.
You need to have lust.
Well, okay. Well, then you're an R-rated kind of guy. I knew that, so I sent you the R-rated version.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, coming via. You can ship stuff to Vices now through the South Korean Sarasota, Florida mail.
Oh, so there's a super chat for me. Branca, did you settle on a state to move to? Not yet. Looking at Kentucky, Alabama, and Florida. Oh my gosh, these go quick. Is my office lease up yet? No, not quite yet. I got like another 6 months of goddamn train horns and fire trucks going by. And are you and Nick doing the Baldwin trial together? I hope so. That would be great. I'd love to do that. The Alec Baldwin trial.
Okay, is there one set or is it just in the planning?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to start June 6th or June 9th.
9th. I thought it was July 9th.
It might be July. It might be right.
Yeah, because it was right around my birthday.
July. I actually have the 10th. I think. Oh, jury selection is the 9th. July 9th. Trial starts July 10th.
Yeah, AJ in the chat, she's read it. So listen to what AJ says. She's not a Oh, okay. Nathan, just email me on my site. Okay. So email people doing a refund. Art was a hardcover only on your site. Yes. Nathan C, if I haven't resolved that, email me and we'll make sure it gets settled because all of my stuff, all my books are really at stevegosney.com, but this is just a book launch. We're just laying it out. I'm doing my best. But AJ, yeah, in the chat has read the full book. I got to meet her at a meet and greet. It was a personalized meet and greet over in Orlando, and her and her husband were at a seminar. It was really cool. Oh, there's my tea. You hear my tea coming? Yeah, and legal vices. Can you explaining the black box missing data situation, normal or not? Bebop and Rocksteady, $4.99.
Very briefly, there's not missing data. It's not that it didn't record anything for 2 minutes. The long and short is it records everything that's put in. It recorded the audio. The audio did not stop being recorded because the microphones that are around the bridge of the ship are pumped directly into the Voyage data recorder. That's continued to function. It has batteries that'll last for 2 hours at least after a complete blackout. What it didn't record was electronic data being put in because there was no electronic data to record. The ship was in a blackout. There is no electronic data to be recorded for that period. That's why it didn't record anything. It continued to record the audio because the audio is not electronic data. It's hardwired into the VDR system.
Okay, well, see, there you go.
So you can harness the power of a sun, and if there's no electronic data being generated, it's not going to record any electronic data.
Now that Baltimore ship looked to me like it had a system-wide, top-to-bottom electrical failure.
It's a complete blackout.
Now, what kind of engineering fault could possibly result in that sort of error?
Oh, it could be. I mean, essentially a main fuse going out. It could be a fuel problem. It could be anything.
But they got it right back on. They got it right back on within a minute or like a few seconds.
Well, after when there's a blackout,
those are automatic systems that are trying to come online.
Yeah, when there's a full system-wide blackout, there's batteries that power an emergency panel, and it takes about 30 seconds for it to click on. And the first power outage was exactly 30 seconds. So that the first time the lights came on, that is the emergency generator. It's a big diesel engine, which would also a diesel generator, which would also explain the black smoke coming out. That powers the emergency panel. The emergency panel gives enough power to generate to kick on another bigger generator. When that generator kicks on, then it goes in. It can start up the main engine. It's not just like turning the key in your car and the whole thing starts up and you can tear off F1 style. It's a whole big process.
It just seems that like there's a lack of redundancy here.
There's a lot of redundancy.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's huge amounts of redundancy, but redundancy doesn't matter when you have zero power.
And
it's just like tripping the main breaker in your house.
2 minutes, you know.
Yeah,
it's a strange situation.
Who's getting arrested?
Yeah, I have another question.
Hopefully me.
To me, I think that the pilot and the police and the toll operators who did the warnings are heroes. But it seems like they're getting all this crap when the people that should be blamed are the people that designed this ship or created these problems. That it's that the heroes are the pilot who saved a lot of lives by shutting down that bridge. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, they did amazing stuff to try their best to avoid it, but and I feel Andrew's pain. My office is 200 yards away from the fire station, so I feel Andrew's pain.
Are you guys talking about Baltimore? Like, is that what's going on?
Yeah, and Devices has been crushing it on the Baltimore ship. He is the maritime guy, you know.
So is it maritime law on a what? That's a river in Baltimore, right?
Yep.
So
it's a navigable waterway.
Wow.
What triggers weird provisions of maritime law does not take much. Just ask my friend who was not allowed to drain the swamp in his backyard in northern Utah because they designated it as a navigable waterway when it's just a swamp in his backyard.
Yeah, there was a gosh, I'm trying to remember. I only know about this because the guy who proposed the law was the congressman from this district up until recently, and he had been there forever. But he had basically proposed a law that would make anything in which a boat could sit and float a navigable water.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, which is literally standing water in a low recess on a field becomes a navigable water at that point. and then that can become a permanent responsibility of the government, which is crazy to think about.
And God forbid a duck lands in it, then it's a protected habitat riparian wetland, and then you're really screwed.
Yeah, it's I hate the Department of Natural Resources so much more than just about anything. I had a client who was
shout out to
paranoid.
the OGBLM, the Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah. Who got cucked by the Bundys, which is funny. But no, so I had this client who he had some farmland, and he's he's a guy who butts heads with government frequently around here in this small town. And he has this farmland that has a giant slough on it, right? And a waterway that comes from a bunch of water sources and flows into a lake. And so he's there. And he's telling me how he keeps seeing these drones, like government drones flying over his house, and he doesn't trust them. I'm like, oh, shut up, man. Like, this isn't happening to you. What are you talking about? And he has these trail cams on his property, and like the batteries keep getting taken out and stuff. And I'm like, I think maybe you just forgot that you didn't put the batteries in or whatever. He's like, no. So we go through all this stuff, and he starts getting fined for interfering with the wetland. But the wetland was this creek that fed into the slough that would then feed into the lake, because the government put up a water restriction there that prevented the flow of the creek into the lake, which created the slough, which took away a bunch of his property. That was nice. But they created that. But then beavers were in the creek, and so they would build their own dams, right? And you're allowed to remove beaver dams because that's not part of the deal. And beavers aren't allowed to come in there and destroy your property. Look, unless you invite them in with a ring or whatever, they're not allowed to do that. But so he's removing the beaver dam, and he sets the material next to the creek for temporarily before he's able to move it off the land. And they come at me when I'm talking to them, and they're like, no, look, here's the pictures. And they send me fucking drone photos because they've been flying. The DNR has been flying drones all over this guy's property, taking aerial photos of where he has put the wetland material. And I'm like, wait, so you just want him to remove that? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, you told him to stop removing stuff from the property at all and to leave it intact. He was going to remove it already, you fucking idiots. It's beaver shit. He could just take that out. But these guys were actually doing what he was paranoid of doing. And I was sitting there calling him paranoid idiot because I'm like, small town, why do you think they're flying drones? Oh, they were. The DNR out here has drones. It's great. I love them. They're fantastic. God, I hate the government. Anyway, hi guys, I'm back. Welcome.
Hello, welcome back. What are you drinking?
Right.
Oh, I'm drinking the worst drink. Not really. I actually really like it, but most people hate it. This is 10,000 drops. This is naked whiskey from Faribault, Minnesota. Here, grown, brewed local, distilled locally, and it's craft distilled from local grains. This is aged for 1 minute in a barrel to make it whiskey. To follow the rules. This is just grain alcohol that is aged for 1 minute and then passed on. So it tastes like rye bread dipped in gasoline. That's the notes that you get. And the first glass of it is disgusting. And then every other glass of it is like, yeah, I am depressed. This is good. It's fantastic.
When we were in Savannah at the Marriott, they had like all these bars. And we kind of did a martini pub crawl. And it was freaking awesome because we were staying right in the hotel, and boy, they had some great. I don't think I hit a bad martini in the lot. I mean, there was some really. One was a tamarind martini, which as an Asian, vices in tamarind is popular in Asia, in Southeast Asia, and it was a really good martini in the bar, a Bao Bao bar it was called.
Ooh. And
then there was a cucumber martini I had. And then what was the other one? There was one other one. They were all spectacular. So I had a 3 martini dinner. It was great. We need to get.
And then they had to call the ambulance and pump his stomach and do all this other stuff after 3 martinis.
Gross. I haven't ever done one of the like bar crawls or pub crawls or anything like that. I always just go to one and then stay there. And people probably think I stay there till I get absolutely destroyed, but I don't like buying drinks from bars that much because it kind of sucks.
Well, they're very expensive. But my wife, we were celebrating just having a nice kind of 5-star getaway.
Yeah.
And it was neat. We were staying right at the hotel, and it was all walkable, so you don't have to drive.
Oh yeah, right. Because you mentioned there were like 17 or 18 bars in this place.
Oh, it's incredible, and it's all beautifully decorated. The creativity. I mean, I'd highly recommend this. Savannah. I mean, it was a really expensive room. I will tell you, it was ridiculous. It was more than I've ever paid for a hotel room.
Can you disclose the price of the room, Steve?
It was $550 for one night.
Okay,
But that was before all the other stuff that was added. That there was also a $55 valet fee and a bunch of other stuff. But it was about $1,000 weekend.
Was it an all-inclusive room or no?
Yeah, it was a room. It was nice. It was clean and new.
But when you went to the bar, you had to pay individually for the drinks and stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because some places are like, oh yeah, like where Lady Rackets and I went on our honeymoon. It was this place in Mexico, and we couldn't afford it. Like it was a gift from my parents to go on the honeymoon. But it was this place called Gran Velas in Nuevo Vallarta. It's way better now apparently, but this is 19 years ago, so this is a little bit different back then. But it's an all-inclusive place. Well, the room was cheap, but the all-inclusive fee was really damn expensive for each person. So it like changed the whole dynamic there. It's like, oh, this room doesn't cost anything. Where they get you is the all-inclusive fee because vodka cranberries are all I drank back then. Because I was
I'm not I like martinis. I need to work on my martini design. I have a chocolate martini that I've got designed. I need to work on some different, because this inspires me, this trip. And I went there because I'm not
bartending book incoming.
Yeah. What about you, Nick? You had a great idea for a book.
I do. It's still there. And I have actually the team in place to do it. The team. There's a couple people that I trust to help me get all the research done to get everything together for it and to put it together. I just this year have had some events hit me and my family like a sledgehammer, as far as not like relationally, not emotionally, but really on schedules. We developed our schedule with one understanding of how everything would be, and that got changed very suddenly on us. And so now we have been scrambling, Lady Rackets and I, to keep up with the schedule that was meant with more assistance in mind than we have. And that's really hard to adjust when you cannot, without really compromising what is happening, without compromising activities that you've committed to and that your kids have committed to. And without doing that, you have to keep the schedule going in the way that it was designed until the school year's over, basically.
Right. Well, but if you need help, I'm happily.
Are you going to drive up here? Are you going to come up here and drive my kids? Like you can, that'd be cool.
No, I'll write your forward.
No, come out here and hang out and drive my kids around. It's fine. But like, I mean, I've been meaning to do a video to my locals people about this, because I think people misunderstand kind of how this works. Because I have a very strange schedule that's tailored around literally doing this. And this is about all I do outside of my family. This is what I do is this thing, this show.
This thing is what you're talking about, is the streaming.
The show. Thing. Yeah, streaming, and then everything that's around it, the social media stuff. And so when we plan out our schedule, when Lady Rackets is kind of in charge of that and she plans out the schedule, it's made with this in mind, but it's made with the present understanding of circumstances. And when those get changed and we can't, the options are to cancel a bunch of shit or to kind of adapt. Like that's the reality I live in. And yeah, I know it's not the same as other people's, but it is the reality that I live in. So right now I'm not home most of the day. So I'm not able to stream in the ways that I want to. Trying to rectify that, but it's not so easy to just do in a heartbeat.
And streaming is, I mean, I took a break, and in fact, I stream when I get inspired, and you got all three of you guys are quite dedicated streamers. I mean, how does that affect you guys? Jeff, you've just been crushing it. The way you stream, of course, you're a single guy, right?
I just do 2 hours a night.
And then Andrew, you had them all lined up when you were on vacation. You have to.
I had to pre-record all those MFers. Yeah, that was a lot of work.
Dodge the trains going past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But normally I do an hour and a half, 2 hours a day live streaming. It's come on, let's face it. I used to be a diesel mechanic. This is way easier.
And it is. That's the thing that I'm trying to get across, because Well, let's do it this way. A lot of people, when they have an unexpected increase in income, right? You go, oh, well, they have this surplus because they're used to living a certain way. No, they live up to the new income. They always do, almost without fail. That's why Dave Ramsey is so popular, because he's the one guy who keeps telling people not to do stuff like that. And they all still do. And he does too. But people tend to live up to the means that they can produce regardless of the circumstance. So you'll find poor millionaires all over the place, because that's how they've adjusted to life, and it happens very quickly and unintentionally for them. For me, the same thing happens with time. When I severely reduced the hours that I work, like where I go to do something and particularly occupied, from an 8-hour workday to 3 to 5 hours of streaming, which I was doing, and I have to actually reduce it lately to 2 to 3 hours of streaming, because I've kind of cut the Rumble show temporarily, or not Rumble, local show temporarily, although it's going to be coming back really soon. I've had to do that, but it's like, well, why don't you have time for this? Because you adjust your schedule to that very quickly. Like, you have this time budgeted stuff, and you go, oh, now I have time for all these other things, or I have availability here. But when that availability crumbles because of some external circumstance, you now have to compensate for all of these things that didn't exist before. People are like, well, just have it done. It's like, well, it's not that simple. Life doesn't work that way. And it really sucks, because some of it's very personal and involves people who don't need to be on the internet or anything like that. And it's like, well, I can't just come out and say a bunch of stuff, because these people who have that involvement, they have nothing to do with any of this. It's just a circumstance that it is. But I know that because of me being ridiculous, people think it's something else. It's like, sorry, guys. If it was just me being lazy, I would laugh with you and be like, haha, I laugh in laziness, because I am. But the laziness brought the schedule that I have. The schedule that I have being changed on me dramatically is actually producing massive amounts of stress and anxiety. So trying to get that adjusted. But yeah, it's not like I'm like, oh, woe is me, I work so many hours. It's like, no, I barely work any hours right now. And I feel like that's a bunch of shit that I'm not living up to.
But
And
it's tough, though, because, you know, having dealt with this streaming thing for a little bit, you know, and I used to do the radio. And I actually subbed for the radio host. It was a 3-hour after Limbaugh show, and I did a full week when one of the hosts was on vacation. So it was a week, 5 days worth of 3-hour radio commentary, and that required a lot of work. It takes a lot out of you, and people don't realize that when you're kind of on and there's expectations on you. Like, I know that, you know, Jeff's always got to come up with his, you know, Maritime, come up with a new cannibalism ship sinking, right? That there's a certain stress level that gets put on you. And
it's like trial time. It's like when you're at trial, right? You have to be 100%, 150% every minute that you're in that courtroom. Right. When you're in your office, you know, you can kind of relax. It's laid back. It's more casual. 2 hours in court is 8 hours in your office. And I think that's true of live streaming too. If you're live streaming, you can't be boring. You have to be high energy. You have to be engaged. You have to be doing all this stuff. You're not just sitting in the cubicle,
right? No, it's crazy, because when the funny thing is, exactly as you said, 8 hours at like a job is this. When I worked in a cubicle, I was done with my job by 11 a.m. I just had to sit there till 4:30, like, because that's how it went. And I would like, is there anything I can do? But I had to just.
You could write a book.
I had to wait for phone calls, because that was part of it. Is I was.
You can write a book. You can write a book.
I can't. I can't. Steve would write one every day.
Actually, you know what my next one is Death Penalty Designs, which is a constitutional and legal analysis
cubicle
of
deception.
Statute. It's about 75% done, but it's because it actually is complementary with my work, because I'm doing. Whoop,
we lost Jeff.
No, Jeff said he had to go into private.
South Korea didn't make it.
Damn it! I was just adding a subheading for him. I will pilot my ship into your port. Damn it! Ah. Anyway.
No, so you know that people consider, a lot of people do that. They waste time. I get bored, and I think by writing, and I like thinking about things, and so that's why these books. Now, I will say that this book was not written. This was 100% at home. This one was written. Death Penalty Debates and my next one, and Ideas and Answers, those were written at work a lot of times, because they're they're work related. They're ways that I think about preparing for what I'm doing at work, presenting appellate arguments. So, I have to be careful what I do at work and what I don't. I need to make sure it is work related. But that's why I did the PG version. The PG version, I'm going to use this as my first textbook. It's going to be Desired, the blue PG version, then Debates, which is the public policy debate, and then Designs, which is going to be the legal analysis of Florida's death penalty statute. So it's going to be that order for training people. There he is. Jeff said he had to go. I thought he was.
He's like, as I was clicking him in, he got this circle of death. Hold on, I'm gonna add this. The subheading is the most important part. Yeah, he's got again. Oh, Jeff. Anyway, no, it's I see people in the chat or whatever, in regards to this. I hate talking about this subject because I'm not actually like complaining that it's the most burdensome thing in the world. It's just the reality that you live in, and you work in a lot of ways to create your own reality. But when that changes on you, it takes time to compensate in any context. It's not a complaint. It's not like, oh, I have to work. Oh, it's so hard. It's like, it just is. This is the thing I have to do. I would love nothing more than to sit and stream trials and laugh all day. Like it's so easy. Content is like, it's hard because you're focused on a thing for hours at a time and you're sitting there and you're trying to be entertaining and add education and entertainment to what goes on. Absolutely. It's not a simple thing to do, but you don't have to like prep the show. You don't have to do a ton of research. You don't have to go out and actively find stories. Like you don't have to do those things. You get to just watch a thing, know about the subject, know about the trial, make jokes about it, and then add enough to what's going on. And it's entertaining for me as well as the audience. I get to hang out with you guys when I do that. It's great. It's so fun. They're like, oh, Nick doesn't want to stream trials anymore. It's like, no, that would actually be wonderful.
It has to be the right trial. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you want an interesting. The Courtney Clenny trial is the one I'm very looking forward to.
God, it's going to be so funny. Andrew, do you have anything to say about the Courtney Clenny trial? The OnlyFans not murderer.
Yeah, she's fucked.
You think so? You think she won't be able to pull it off?
No.
What do you think she has? How do you think she could win the jury's heart?
She'd have to lose a lot of weight and get her makeup back.
She does not look good. Her prison photos don't look good.
No.
Look, I'm subscribed to the OnlyFans.
It looks like a different person than her OnlyFans page. It looks like a fundamentally like, oh my God, they arrested the wrong person.
Yeah, that's right. That's not that's the defense. His identity is the defense, right? It wasn't me.
Look, on her OnlyFans page, she released a video.
She made the Alec Baldwin mistake. She made the mistake many criminal defendants do. She sat and she talked to the police for hours.
Yes.
Thinking she was smarter than them. And frankly, the cops who interviewed her, they kind of presented like, how can I put it politely? Because I think they're perfectly competent investigators, but they presented like they were kind of dopey, like Columbo almost. And she was like, oh, I'll just be weepy and pretty, and they'll just swallow all my bullshit. But if you actually watch her interrogation, these investigators were good. They kept circling back and asking questions in a different way and getting interstate things in a different way, getting different stories, variations of stories out of her. And all of that's coming into evidence in front of the jury.
People don't realize
if she had kept her mouth shut, if she had pretended to be in shock when the cop showed up and her boyfriend was dead and she was cradling him in her arms, she would have had a much better case.
Well, people don't realize how these interrogators, how much training they do. And, it's sort of like there's actually a scene in the book about somebody who's got a firearm who is just, they learned how to shoot watching Fast and Furious, and then you've got somebody like Will Parker who is trained and knows how to shoot, or Andrew who's been shooting. Now, 99 times out of 100, when the gunfight starts, the guy who's never shot, doesn't practice, doesn't know how to shoot, he's going to get beaten by the guy who has the training and the experience and the cool head and the good shot. And the person, and the same thing with the interrogation. And Andrew, you know who I'm talking about. I have one of my closest friends is a major, I don't know how to even explain it, a major interrogator. Is that a way to say it?
Yes, fair enough.
Probably one of the best in the world. And the amount of effort and training that he's done, police training, to get the goods on the person he's interrogating is insane. It's insane. It's
a PhD level.
PhD level. And so you come in and you think you're going to battle that guy who's smarter than you, who has done months and months of training, who knows everything about, I mean, you wouldn't believe the training.
And by the way, he presents as a perfectly normal dude.
Oh, he is
a guy you'd have a beer with.
He's Batman.
He's just
that's
just
the
wants to have
best
a conversation.
interrogator.
Yeah. No, he's amazing. He's just a perfectly normal dude. You'd have a beer with him. Let's just relax. I mean, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want to, but if you want to, maybe we can get all this solved, without a lot of cost and money and legal stuff. So you want to chat? Oh, sure. Okay. That guy is dissecting you.
Have you guys seen Glengarry Glen Ross?
Sure.
So Steve, you should. It's a star-studded cast, but it has Kevin Spacey. There's no children. Don't worry about it. Star-studded cast, and it's about real estate sales, investment real estate sales. And Al Pacino's the lead salesman in this office. It's got Jack Lemmon, Kevin Spacey. It's got Ed Harris,
Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin, who wins Best Supporting Actor for what the greatest 15 minutes.
Did a great job. Yeah.
So, but Al Pacino's the lead salesman in the office of investment real estate, and these guys are all just like, this is asshole work, right? But he's sitting at a bar talking to a guy, and they pull this off magically because these guys, they have their leads and they do cold calls and they go to people's houses, they do all this stuff. But he's just sitting at a bar next to this guy and he's talking to him. He's just talking. It's the whole setup. He's not at the office. He's the only guy not there. He's at a bar. And then he just brings out, he goes, now look, this is life. This is how it is. Now I talk about these things. I don't know if you're interested. I don't know what you do. I don't know if you care, but if you are, and he pulls out a brochure out of his pocket and he unfolds it before the guy, and it's investment real estate. He's been just talking to this guy about life forever. And all of a sudden he drops this thing on him and he sells him a couple lots of this investment property out of nowhere. Those are the greatest salesmen and the greatest interrogators because they are the guy you'll have a beer with. They're the guy you'll have 5 beers with, 6 beers, 7 beers, because they're just engaging in normal. And add to that a couple things. Steve, you mentioned the great training that these guys have. They're trained to interrogate you. Nobody is trained to not be interrogated by these guys, except for a very few limited people, right? Very few. And even those guys, they know that after a while they're going to break.
They're told you're going to fold. So this is just a delaying tactic.
Right. And the other thing is, this is brought up during, I think it's that Rutgers lecture on Don't Talk to the Police, when the cop who's a 3L comes up and he talks. He goes, by the way, guys, I'm getting overtime for talking to you. You're not. You're losing money. I'm making double what I normally make. I'll talk to you for 8, 10, 12 hours. Happily. I'll stay there all day. It's the best thing in the world when I get to interrogate someone, because I will sit there and I am just making money and more than normal. That all of the scales are tipped against you. And
when he gets tired, when he decides he wants to go home, what do? They bring in a young, new, fresh interrogator, new on a shift, all the energy in the world. And what have you been doing? You've been awake for 12 hours being interrogated already.
Yeah. And it's everything is against what you do, what you say, and in favor of what they do and what they say. And if you're interrogated for 12 hours and you say the one wrong thing in that 12 hours, the other 11 hours and 59 minutes don't matter because you said the one thing. And even if you try, we need the rule of completeness. We need to play this 12-hour interview. Nobody cares because you said, yeah, I looked at him and pulled the trigger. Whoops. Sorry, you're done. Life sentence. Goodbye. And you can't win in that way. It's amazing.
Actually, my friend Andrew met was talking because he's actually the guy they bring in when the other interrogators fail. And he was asking me some stuff. He's like, because we have a professional level.
Everyone's going to think he's some kind of Nazi, Steve. He's actually a really nice guy. He's just very well trained.
He's the godfather of my son, and I'm a godfather of one of his children. So he's as close as I can be to anybody. He's one of my closest friends, but he's amazing, an amazing person. You wouldn't believe the credentials of this guy, and he is world-class interrogator. And he was asking, we were having, I think it might have been at Andrew's house. We had dinner at Andrew's house and we were talking, and it was like, he was asking me, what could he do differently? He had he's like, how can I improve? Because he's just, from your experience, because I have my own perspective as a public defender and dealing with this. And I'm telling him some stuff like, well, here. And he's like, oh, I know all that. That's what they do before they get to me. I'm like beginner level stuff. But then when I said to him, look, if the guy's talking to you, you've already won, because you're
Right.
locking the guy into a story. And whatever they say, that ties the hands, that puts the defense attorney in a very tough position, because whatever is said, you have to, that's the story. You can't change it. And anything you change sounds like a lie. You might.
Right. So the old cliche is when you go to buy a car, right? You go into the car dealership, you're the buyer. Your greatest strength is you can walk out of that dealership anytime you want and they lose a sale. Right? That's your superpower.
They're
in that
chasing you down.
Right. Then they pretend that's not the case. They pretend you want to be there, right? That it's more important to you to be there than for them to want you there. But that's not the case. You can just leave. And that's why they do this stuff like, oh, I got to go talk to my manager. Can you sit here for 40 goddamn hours? Well, I can talk to my manager. In an interrogation, your superpower is to keep your goddamn mouth shut.
Right.
Because if they get you talking, they've already won, as Steve just said.
But it's really hard when you're sitting there for hours and you can't say anything while other people are talking right next to you about you.
It is
saying the worst things, the terrible things. You're a horrible racist murderer. That's what they'll do right at the end of the table.
Best we can figure is this guy just walked up and he shot this guy in the face. He's like, well, hold on a minute. I didn't actually. No, that's not what happened. You're done. Game over. And I really want to address this in the Rumble chat. Jay McFarland says, you got to be versed in the art of reverse interrogations. Use their efforts to get info from them and then know what is planted by them to get you to regurgitate it to then use back against you. Look,
that's a fantasy land.
True or not, you can't practice this.
You're not Jason Bourne.
But this is exactly what
interrogated. Like if you are getting interrogated routinely enough to develop this skill, you don't need this discussion.
Well, and this is the thing.
You're also not on Rumble, like reading comments. Like you're not here watching this live stream. You're busy like hunting down Putin or whatever.
But even the most intelligent person, see, this is the thing. You could be brilliant and you think you know what you're doing. You think you're smart, right? I'm telling you, that interrogator is so much better trained than you will ever know. That you are so outclassed that just by engaging, you are losing the battle. And Andrew and I, we've talked about this, and I know you've got multiple videos on. You just say, I want my lawyer, I want to assert my Fifth Amendment. And then they'll play all kinds of tricks. They'll play a hot box, they'll lock you in a room, they'll keep it cold, they'll slap the cuffs on you, they'll play good cop, bad cop. They'll say, hey, we'll get you a coffee. You want the good, well, what are you?
Hey, you don't want us to have to arrest your wife and kids, do you?
Right.
You don't want to have to arrest them as witnesses.
You're on an immigrant visa. It would be a real shame if your kid had to go back by himself.
The lawyer's going to like dive in by a parachute into their cell and rescue them. No, it's going to be days and days, but better days and days in a jail cell than years and years and years or a lifetime when you've screwed yourself by talking to the cops. I mean, it's
one of the most amazing things I ever saw about a defense lawyer parachuting in was actually Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model we were just talking about, because her dad learned she'd been arrested. So he arranged for a very high level private defense attorney for her, who's going to be her lead counsel at trial. He's very good. He's a smart guy. The father arranged for that lawyer to go to the police station while she was being interrogated. I mean, that is parachuting in your best defense attorney for your client. But guess what? It was still 4.5 hours after she started talking.
The lawyer had to sober up first. He was busy. No, and to try and paint a picture of the disparity in training. If you want to be trained as an investigator, they'll give you tips on how to extract information from somebody. And there are multiple ways you can practice. You can go and work at a sales job or a customer service job and talk to people that way. Or you could just go to a bar or an event or a church or any function and just talk to people. And here's the important part of the investigator that you must understand. The truth that you get out of someone does not matter. The only thing that matters is what they say, because what they say is truth for the purpose of your interrogation. Because if you're in there, if you did not pull a gun on someone and shoot them, but you say I pulled the gun on them and shoot them, the truth of the matter doesn't affect anything, but what you said really does. So
There is no truth. There is no
on,
truth in any absolute sense. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What the jury hears is a story. They hear a story from the prosecution. They hear a story from the defense. They weren't there. The jury didn't watch this thing go down. They don't have any absolute sense of truth. They're being shown a bunch of evidence and legal arguments and jury instructions, and they're being told, all right, whatever you believe happened beyond a reasonable doubt, that's what you're supposed to conclude. But it's storytelling is what's happening.
By the way, remember when he said he shot him? Remember when he said he wanted, like, in that moment, he was really scared and wanted that guy to die because he was like, remember when he said that he wanted the guy to die? That's premeditation. That's murder. And you're like, well, I mean, I didn't like intend to shoot and kill him. I was just like reacting to the fact that he was doing this thing. He was putting me in danger, threatening me. It's like, no, he wanted him to die. He thought about it. He consciously decided to pull the trigger after wanting that guy to die. That's murder. And that's what they have to extract out of you is just what you say, not the truth. To try and train on a counter interrogation, you have to be interrogated in the wild, because you can't be interrogated by someone in a role play and counter interrogate, because then you have a set of facts that you're protecting. You know what they're after. All of that stuff can't work. You have to be in the setting. There's no way to have a parody in training of interrogation versus counter interrogation. So you will never be as good.
Flavor of what I'm talking about with this fellow who's top. He went through a program where they interrogated groups of people over time, basically from a military base. So they were attached to a military base and interrogated soldiers who were ordered by their commanding officers to not cooperate. And over time, and they would interrogate these people over and over and over every day, multiple times. They would crack them. They'd confess. They'd talk against the explicit orders of the commander. And then when they'd interview them and say, now, what was it that got you to do this? And then so they would get a level of analysis of feedback about what was effective and what was not. And you do that every day for groups of people for months. Think about the skill. And
it doesn't take violence and rubber hoses and waterboarding. A very good friend of mine, the guy who was the best man at my wedding, actually, was an interrogator at Guantanamo of terrorists. And he told me we broke our biggest cases on those terrorists during interrogation with a can of Coke. Kindness, ultimately broke it.
Well, McFarland in the chat is redeeming himself quite a bit. We took his answer out of context. So I do want to salute and say he's correct that anything that you want to say to the police, you can say through your lawyer.
Yes.
You get a lawyer, you tell your lawyer what happened. The lawyer tells the cops, go look, go here, go this, and that
we are prepared to represent that.
Right. So
and that can't be used against you. I mean, we often hear people say, well, don't talk to the police without your lawyer present. I'm like, well, don't talk to the police. I don't care if your lawyer's present or not. I mean, you probably shouldn't be talking to the police.
Yeah, my wife watches these stupid shows, these cop shows, and there's always some lawyer sitting there, like defense lawyer, and they're sitting there blind. Wait, no objection. Shut up, lawyer. Like that is so. What a lawyer is
you
this?
Saw this in the what was her name? The Hannah Gutierrez trial that just happened. The Alec Baldwin.
The Rust Armorer.
She's interrogated. First, she's interrogated the day of and just gives up a bunch of stuff. But the second interrogation, about a month later, she's there for like 4 hours, 5 hours. She's interrogated by the same detectives. Her lawyer is present, and he's sitting at that table like a fucking mannequin, doing nothing while she's giving herself up to the investigators. He's on his phone. He's checking his messages. They're asking her whatever question they want. If anything, he's flirting with the detectives. Like, Jesus Christ, why is this guy even here?
Yeah,
I know that it discourages me because we're expecting perfection or at least competence, but you're lucky if you get even that, I guess. I mean, you're right. There are very bad lawyers out there, but definitely don't talk to the police without your lawyer, and say, I want my lawyer. I want to remain silent and actually Andrew convinced me that there are some, if you shoot somebody in self-defense, that there is something like, because the 911 call that you make will be recorded and used against you. So he has some qualifications on that, and he has some whole videos on that's excellent.
Right,
But-
because sometimes you do need to tell police about the thing, because that can actually benefit you in rare circumstances for self-defense. But I want to point out, while we're sitting here saying, like, you have your lawyer talk to the investigators, it's not because your lawyer is trained in counter-interrogation either. He's not. He just doesn't care that the cop is badgering you or him. He'll just say, no, I'm not going to answer the questions. Neither is he. My client doesn't want to speak. Fuck off. If you keep going like this, I'm going to go to a judge. Stop talking to my client. We've already asserted this. That's easier for him to do than you, because he's not you and he doesn't want to tell your story. He doesn't know your story.
And he's not at risk of going to prison. So
exactly.
the stress
he's probably
is
crabby.
Well, there's different rules, actually. We cover that. And I know that in Florida, we're very sensitive about pre-arrest silence being used against you. And different states have actually different standards in that. So they can use your pre-arrest silence in some states. It depends on the state. So it's a complicated issue, but you're better off not screwing it. And Death Penalty Desires, right? The book Celebration, which we're just talking, has an interrogation, which is a model. It's actually taken right out. I mean, there's a lot of detail that's taken right out of actual cases that I've dealt with. And I've kind of crumbed them together so that it's more interesting. So it makes it the most interesting trial you've ever read. And but the interrogation there is right out of a real interrogation that I had to deal with at the trial level. And people, and there's reasons why people, quote, lie or leave things out, and all those reasons are present in the brain. Kind of the process of why you, like the sex toy killer thing, right? All of a sudden I'm not going to admit, I'm not going to admit about the sex toys, right? Because that's embarrassing and it doesn't matter. And who would want to know that? So I'm going to shade the truth here because it's personal. And then all of a sudden now it's like, aha, you've left something out. Now you're lying to me. When all the justifications in the real world, in the normal world, would be appropriate. But when you're interacting with the system and the state, it all of a sudden becomes very inappropriate.
Could you imagine, like, the cross-examination, blunt force trauma to the head from the sex toy? It's like, and it was a rigid dildo, wasn't it? It wasn't floppy, was it? Admit it. Admit it was rigid. It was turgid when you battered her skull with it. Ah! God damn it. Sorry, what were you saying, Branca?
See, this wave a little distraction there, and it goes like running right after it. You can see there. I knew this was the right stream for you, man. You know? Who better but the sex toy killer but Nick Rekieta, right?
My story's not a sex toy story,
Ooh.
So maybe I should pass on it.
No, keep going. Tell me your non-sex toy story, but it's sexy.
So, of course, much in the news for excuse me.
How much cancer do you have?
Much in the news for the last year has been the Zachariah Anderson case.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Who was convicted just about a year ago of murder, sentenced to life in prison. And I didn't watch that trial when it was happening because it wasn't a self-defense case, so it's not really in my purview. But a lot of law troopers I respect did watch it, were familiar with it. And
I respect. No, sorry. No,
yeah, sure, right. Yeah. Wink, wink, wink. I respect. Oh.
Sorry, just coughed up that one lung. I should be fine now. But I heard from a lot of lawyers I respect that this was a miscarriage of justice and so forth, but I couldn't really have an informed opinion, having not watched the trial myself. But now that I can't breathe, I decided I would take this week to actually watch the trial. But this happened in that trial. So Zach is home. The cops come to his house and talk to him. They ask him a bunch of questions. He answers the questions. And then at trial, opening statement, the prosecution says, well, we asked him about A, and he told us about A, but he didn't tell us about B, C, and D. Wouldn't an innocent person have told us about B, C, and D?
Oh my God.
So
No.
even when you think you're doing everything right, there's always something they can pick at.
Yeah.
Always.
Of course, because you can make the answer or the non-answer sound great for your side, especially if you're a prosecutor and you have a dead body and no other explanation for how it occurred. And remember, even if there is another explanation for how it occurred, it's coming from a defendant who's accused of killing them. And that sounds kind of self-serving. Well, I mean, of course they would say it was someone else. Of course they would do this. He's like, the jury is just being presented with this information. By the way, we have this dead body. And we have this guy. He was in the area, according to a cell phone. Like, don't worry about how we analyze the metadata and explain it to you who doesn't know how to analyze this. This just happened. We have experts who tell us how the cell phone towers work, and we know he was around this area at this time. Man, isn't it weird that he has a tarp in the back of his car and he didn't answer about where the knife went? He's like, I don't even know what knife you're talking about. This is just like they craft a story. There's no competing story except for the person who the story was crafted against, and they have no other context. They don't know that there could be 1,000 competing stories, because they're just given this set of facts in this case. And to be fair to the prosecutor, because those competing stories would cloud the actual argument, it would cloud the reality. There's a bunch of irrelevant facts about other people who might be in the area or other people who have tarps or whatever it is. But that doesn't mitigate the fact that that person might not be guilty. And one word, one phrase, one clause in an interrogation can turn the whole thing into guilt, even if the person was not involved. There's a great frontline piece about this. It's about these 5 guys who are convicted of a gang rape of a woman. And like they all admitted to it. They all confessed. And one of the guys definitely was not there because he was on a ship off the coast for the Navy. He's a Navyman who's on a ship, and they know he was there. He's on the manifest. He was not off the ship at all. And he admitted to being there and participating in this gang rape that didn't happen. And then some guy from prison wrote a letter like, oh yeah, I raped that chick. And that guy, he confesses to the crime. These other guys, some of them are still in prison because of their confessions. They can't get out. But they were interrogated for like 12 hours by a guy who's really good at it. And they were all kind of low IQ guys. And they eventually just broke and started admitting to things that he was feeding them. And that's what happened. Don't talk to the police.
No, it's a hard reality. But like all of us here on the show, in the chat, we're all reasonably bright people. And we're socially conditioned to pretend that everyone we interact with is about as bright as we are. But that's not true.
Yeah.
By definition, the average IQ is 100. That means half the population is below 100 IQ. That's not very bright.
And the crazy thing is, by the numbers, a lot of people, even in a generically distributed population, by the numbers, a lot of people in that group are significantly higher than 100 IQ, which means that the 100 IQ average looks less intelligent to them already. And so to go down to the average and then down step from there, people don't realize like how big of a gap that is. If you're in the upper quartile of a distribution, like you're talking 120 plus IQ, you're looking down several levels and thinking, oh, why can't these people just be quiet? Why can't they just talk normally? Why can't they just
you watch a movie like Idiocracy and you're like,
I love that movie.
That can't happen, right? But that is actually reality for like 70% of the population today, right now. That's them.
It's great.
Well, many people on death row, I mean, what people don't realize is how it's a big issue is IQ. You know, they can't execute people under a certain IQ level. And then that becomes a very fuzzy thing because, I mean, when you see what a lot of our clients who are on death row have been subjected to throughout their life, they've got every bad card thrown their way in their entire life. Now, I get people that are pro-death penalty or like they focus on the crime and what they did. But when you look at somebody who's got starting out with like a 75 or 80 IQ, and then they've been abused their entire life, and then they have mental illness, and then they do drugs, and they've been involved in the criminal justice system, and they've been raised by the street without a family support. They have every card against them. And then they end up in a place where they're facing the death penalty. You know, it's not unreasonable. So it's like, why is it that those people are overrepresented on death row? It's such a big reason that we see that's a big issue in death penalty litigation is the cutoff, because you can't execute somebody who is absolutely gone mentally. So where is that line? And, you know, if the line is not hard, it's not an easy line to draw. You can't say, okay, this person's 70 and this person is 72 and the line's 70. There was a Texas case on that where they're trying to be so precise. It's actually quite a fuzzy line. And then that becomes even more difficult. So there's a lot of complication in this whole IQ debate, and those people tend to be overrepresented. I mean, I think, what is it? The military doesn't accept as cannon fodder people with under an 80 IQ.
Well, they will soon.
That's a shame. No, it's interesting because IQ is often like measurements of IQ are often considered racist and or discriminatory in many contexts, usually when it's used as a bar of entry into a club, but it can be applied in the reverse. But this goes back to our original discussion, right, about originalism versus living, breathing, or a growing constitution. The Eighth Amendment is a fantastic example where both concepts can be applied and produce very, very interesting results. Scalia talked about originalism in regards to the Eighth Amendment. He's like, they say that executing children or minors or whatever is a violation of the Eighth Amendment. That's ridiculous. At the founding, we have evidence that they executed people as young as 12 years old for felony offenses. How can that be a violation of the Eighth Amendment if that's what they were doing at the time of the founding? It doesn't make any sense. Or he would suggest the mentally infirm or the mentally handicapped or even just the lower IQ people would be included. Why would that not be a consideration? They had low IQ people right there. They may not have had the same test for it, but they knew a person was basically nonverbal. Like they could tell that you're an idiot, right? And they would have actually used the term idiot medically back then. They could tell that this person exists and how they act. Why would they consider it cruel? They still killed someone. If they knew what they did, they knew the impact of their decision, they're still guilty. They still get the death penalty. Why is that changing? How's that an Eighth Amendment violation now? But we also at the same time go, well, they have these execution methods or they have these things, and science has progressed, and maybe we understand that something is more cruel than we thought it was. Like at some point, do we come up with some idea where we go, yeah, actually we didn't realize how rough this was, but it's kind of rough, or maybe this is unfair. And how do you approach that thing? And I don't know that either of those examples.
Well, and for somebody who's interested in the issues that Nick just brought up, go look up on Google George Stinney Jr., who was executed by the United States in 1944 at age 14. So,
Good. Why? What was he executed for?
Well, theoretically murder, although it was a lynch mob type situation. I mean, go read the facts of that case. It's actually in death penalty debates.
Okay. Here he goes.
Just saying.
Here we go. Fine. No. Here we go. Speaking of grifting, we should do this again. Look, guys, this is the launch party for Andrew. Steve Gosney's book.
This is part of it.
Branca's not writing a book here. He wrote one book ever. It's good. He's like, I have
three books.
No, he wrote one book like God. He was like, I made it. It's perfect. It's good. I kid, of course. No, we're here for Gosney's book, the Death Penalty Desires, Passion, Lust, and Murder. It is a sex toy killer. It involves everything that I would talk about on the average Friday, with some law involved as well, which is great. And it's from Steve Gosney, and he's drawing on his own experience to bring you stories that you wouldn't hear, but in a fictionalized, that's him on the cover right there way. Yeah. Look at this manly pectoral. The rest, this is obviously not Gosney here. Obviously not Gosney around here. He doesn't wear suits, but this manly pectoral is. That was the one piece of him that they decided to use. So, well, and the hand. He modeled the hand as well.
See, everybody's picking on the hand. I think it's a great cover. It's targeting. It's really good. Your audience here. You go down, and read the little descriptor. Go down a little bit there.
Here we go.
Yeah, do it in your Nick Ricada voice.
Available now.
Double
soft cover.
Starting there.
Here we go. Soft cover of the R-rated version of my novel, Death Penalty Desires, Passion, Lust, and Murder. The R-rated version is only available on stevegosney.com only.
This is much better than the cover with the pacifier.
It's true. A double murder, an epic trial, an ordeal, a love story. Enter, if you dare, and only with consent. Explore a woman's desire for submission as she stands accused of being the infamous sex toy killer. A double homicide, sounds like a fun night, takes the nation by storm. All clues point to Amanda Smallwood. Steve,
What was that?
Soon.
Amanda Smallwiener?
Amanda Smallwood.
Oh, that's even worse.
Soon, a vortex of passion, lust, and murder consumes her. The lonely housewife must journey through a personal hell to understand her innermost fantasies. Can she find the man who protects her while making her dreams come true? The suspects are many and the law is real. Enter, if you dare, into the world of death penalty desires.
That's great. I like it.
I love it.
I like it. Very good. See, there.
I love that her name is Amanda Smallwood the most, but I love the rest of it a lot.
You're gonna love this book. I'm telling you, it's really, and all people are busting on the guy on the cover, but we're just jealous as men that our chests aren't as buff and hot. Oh,
Whoops. Speak for yourself, Steve.
oh, are you as that buff? I don't know.
No.
I don't.
No.
Actually, you've been shirtless on stream, so we know that.
Yeah. I've been revealed.
Andrew,
I'm gonna buy the Cody bodysuit.
Didn't you get shirtless once, Andrew?
I don't think not on my show.
shirtless? Oh, for the Colorado Public Defenders. No, I was wearing their T-shirt.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They do. Yeah, I'm gonna Ed Gein Camelot. I'll just skin him and wear his skin suit. Oh, look, I have muscles.
I taunted Camelot, but he never took me up on my offer because, he came to Daytona and was racing and somebody stole his truck. So I told him I stole his truck, but he never took my bait.
Oh, well, we can connect you, Steve, if you want. He's a great guy. He's actually
hilarious.
a really nice guy and a great musician too.
I was thinking about
guitar, Steve.
I know. I was thinking it'd be a good interview for me because, first of all, he's a NASCAR guy. And I think he placed top 10 in his ARCA race, which he was so excited about.
Yeah.
He's a guitar player. So I thought, being in Daytona, guitar, NASCAR, we have to. Oh, in fact, this guitar right over here, this guitar, which is a Martin D41, which was bought with Andrew Branca money. Thank you, Andrew.
That you earned, Steve.
I earned by teaching American law courses class. That guitar was formerly owned by Mike Helton, president of NASCAR.
There you go. See, very cool. Camelot's funny because people get the wrong impression of him. When people ask me in private, they're like, "Oh, tell me about Camelot." Like, no, he's like, ask me about an interview. I'm like, yeah, don't do it. Just kidding. No, I said the one. They're like, well, like I've seen this about him. I've seen he's kind of hilarious or whatever. And I said, look, Camelot's one of the most genuine and authentic people you'll meet.
Yeah.
What you see that's just him. Like there he is. There's no subterfuge. There's no character. There's no.
There's more though. There's more than what he typically shows.
Yeah,
what he typically shows is
funnier.
The shirtless and the fight milk or whatever that garbage is. But he plays the piano beautifully. He's a really gifted musician.
Yeah,
and apparently a race car
really well.
I want to talk NASCAR and guitars with him. That's all. I'm just.
I'm sure I'll tell him. I'll say Steve wants to hug you. He'll respond. No, he's
what?
Hug him.
I don't want to hug it
from behind.
No,
while laying your head on his shoulder.
No, I can.
Bring a little quarter mobile one. You'll be all set.
That would be kind of cool because he loves. Being in Daytona. I'm not a huge NASCAR fan, but I've met Richard Petty, met Bill Elliott. Being around here, you kind of. In fact,
they were all defendants.
Big Bill France. Big Bill France was friends with my dad. I got to meet him. Big Bill France is was the founder of NASCAR. Daytona is NASCAR. In fact, I had dinner with one of my friends with so I'm like one step removed from the Kennedys. The Daytona people, NASCAR is so dominant around here that you kind of have to learn NASCAR jargon, and NASCAR stuff. And my friend Chris, who you met, Andrew, is a big NASCAR fan. And so I don't know. I think it's kind of neat to talk to a driver. That's sort of neat. I think a little different world. I know he's excited. Didn't you sponsor his car or something?
I did before, not his NASCAR car, the prior one. I got a Pope nose, like a nose with a Pope hat and little arms and legs or whatever, right on the hood of both of his cars, and then he crashed them.
Crashed the nose? Did it have extra impact on the wall?
Yeah. No, it wasn't a car. He crashed into another vehicle because apparently he's like, oh, I didn't know anybody to be on the road. Like he crashed and like launched out. He was actually he was in kind of rough shape for just a little bit, but he was okay. But yeah, I sponsored the cars and they immediately crashed. So I learned something that day. But no, I didn't sponsor his NASCAR cars. They cost a fucking fortune to sponsor.
Yeah.
No,
But,
I reached out to him, but I offered to sponsor him, and he was like, "Well, it's X amount of dollars." I was like, "Holy fuck!"
I know.
Yeah, it's a lot. But Ethan Van Sciver actually did a fundraiser. I think they raised $100,000 for his NASCAR stuff. So that's how they got a wrap for his car, which is like a Cyber Frog wrap. I think they created little toy cars to go with it. So they killed that, which is awesome.
And I did that. I'm still waiting for the cars to show up, the little toy cars to show
it'll
up.
take
I contributed to that.
But so the thing with Camelot that people miss, like if you're on his show, you're going to be in his world of like how he styled everything. But if you get him on your show and you start talking about like guitars and NASCAR, like he's just a normal guy. He's ridiculous. He's not ashamed of his past and the antics that he's been through. And like a lot of people, they tell stories from their past that are funny and engaging. And that's the things you want to learn about people because it kind of molds how they are. They stand out. But the problem with people in general, first, I have a lot of them. No, the problem with people in general is that they engage in presentism or the historian's fallacy. They say that now is the most important time that exists, and anything I'm hearing is applied to now. And so when Camelot's telling a story about his revolving door of Tinder dates and their disasters, he's telling us stories from years ago that are exceptional compared to the other dates and disasters that he had. These are the bad ones. This is it. And then people go, this is how he is all the time. These are the things that are happening to him now. And all that. It's like, no, he's just a guy. Like he's normal. He's funny. He's telling you about this thing that happened to him like most people do. But this is the nature of like how streaming and parasocialism exist.
Well, when we first met, I know that I came on your stream. We had a real nice long stream and you interviewed me. And it was interesting because, we'd never met before and except through Andrew. And then we did a long stream. And then, but it's kind of like, it's neat just to kind of talk about people and what makes them tick. And, I have this image of people, what they think that I am on the internet, and they project all of what they think I am on the internet. And same they do with you or Andrew or anybody else.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for what, your flaws and your strengths and your weaknesses and who you are as a person.
Flaws?
Yeah, except for he does have big nose.
That's not a flaw. That's a feature. It's a feature.
That's a feature, right? It means it has other implications is what you're saying. No, but it's interesting to know people and kind of get to know them and get the best out of them and hear what they're about and what they believe and who they are. And I've done that. One of the neat things about my channel and one thing that I'm doing on my channel is I'll find somebody really interesting that I want to talk to about a specific topic, and I'll talk. I want to hear what they have to say and who they are, where they come from. That's fascinating. And that was something you said to me, and I've taken that on my channel, and I've interviewed some fascinating people. I interviewed a person who was on death row and was exonerated off of death row, who was a fascinating, interesting people, and people that you don't normally meet. I introduced Chris Fabricant, who's the Innocence Project litigation director, who wrote a book on Dad's junk science. And there's so many people that and it's like I reach out and say, hey, would you come on my channel and let's just have a discussion. Let's hear what you have to say.
What does he have to say about global warming science? Is that junk science?
Actually, Steve Hayward is the person.
It's junk science.
Steve Hayward, I've talked to also. He was on the back of one of my books. Which book?
I was just kidding.
Like a monkey.
I was kidding because Innocence Project implies liberal, therefore implies global warming.
Check out this quote here from standing. This is Steve Hayward, PhD.
He's a conservative professor at UC Berkeley. Oh my God! I hope that man has a knife.
Standing watch against government abuses of criminal procedure isn't just for dreamy ACLU types. Steve Gosney anchors criminal law protections in the basic principles of individual rights, reminding us that the government abuses aren't limited to just bureaucracies. And that's Andrew Branca forward there.
There you go.
And he's really cool. Do you know Steve Hayward?
Yeah, I met him.
He's at Pepperdine now.
I'm just kidding. I was joking. That was an April Fool's joke.
In a restroom.
See, I believe you.
Briefly.
I'm like, oh,
yeah,
really?
I tapped my right foot twice, and then I ran my hand under the stall thing with my fingers exposed to the other side, like front to back. indicating that I wanted to have an encounter with him later. And he said audibly, which was really against protocol, he said, yes. That definitely happened in 1987. I was a child.
Is it
April
still,
Fools?
Oh, you missed it by 1 minute.
No, not in Minnesota.
Oh, see there. Oh, okay.
No, it's to me it's interesting because a lot of people ask throughout the years, because I'll go on channels, not recently, again, time. Like I feel really bad if I'm not on my own channel and then I'm like visiting other channels. But until recently, in this weird time crunch I'm in that's new, I would go on other channels and they're like, well, why are you on this channel with X amount of subscribers? I'm like, because I don't give a shit about that. I just want to go and talk to someone. And when I'm out like at a bar or I'm out at an event or whatever, and I have a chance to sit down or stand up and talk to someone who I've never met before, I just start talking like an interrogator, right? And I just want to get to the most interesting thing that's on the top of their head. I don't care what it is. I don't care if they're a janitor. I don't care if they're the president. I don't care if they're CEO of a major corporation. I do the same thing. I start talking to them and try to figure out what is on your mind right now. Like
Right.
what do you care about? And when I do my shows, which is damn it, it's called fucking direct examination. When I do that style of show, they're open format, and the only question I have is, what is your name and why the hell should anyone care? Because I want them to start framing the discussion with what's up here. And then I just listen and listen and listen, look for the thing that matters to them, because I don't know what a janitor does every day. I don't know what the CEO of a potato chip company does every day. I don't know what a blackjack dealer does every day. I don't know what their life is like. And I can't have experienced those things. So everybody has a story to tell. It's interesting and unique from mine. And people like add in import to places where there isn't import on people, income, like class status, on when you get into social media, subscriber count, follower count, whatever. What's their Twitter presence? Like, Jesus Christ, not everything needs to be self-serving to you. You have to filter because of the amount of requests you might get, but that's it. You don't filter based on subscriber counts. You filter based on who do you have rapport with and who do you want to learn from. And you go and you just ask questions because you want to find out what people do. And that's how you learn.
If people are making honest, good faith arguments, I'll be on their show if they have 5 followers. I don't care.
Yeah.
To me, it's the argument that matters. But there's a lot of bad faith arguers out there.
Yes. That's right. Well, and the thing, are people seeking the truth, and are they not engaging in ad hominem attacks and playing games? If you're seeking the truth, like a lot of this discussion, if you disagree with somebody, you can benefit by the big give and take, because through the give and take, you grow. You either learn how to defend your position better, or you gain some insight. And it requires a bit of humility to engage in honest conversation, because number one, you're laying your thoughts out there for criticism, and you have to be open to having to modify those ideas. And and that's difficult and painful for humans. We like to be certain that we know everything, and so you try to qualify what you say with a little humility, and that way you can grow and learn by discussion. But it takes two. Now, there is some benefit if you have 2 people that are advocating a position very strongly and they go at each other, that the viewers will benefit by that, right? But I really think that when you have a conversation, you need to have respect for each other, not get into ad hominems, and
I disagree with all of this.
Be open to truth, seeking that truth together.
Imagine respecting people and not engaging in ad hominems. That's dumb.
That's stupid. You're stupid, Steve.
Hey, Steve, have you tried not being a dummy? Have you tried that?
Yeah, I love that.
I got to interrupt this for a second. I'm all done. I'm out.
Actually, we're gonna wrap up really soon. Actually, so thank you. I'll let you go, of course.
But I did see Ian Runkle in the comments. If you want to bring him in, I'm sure he'd happy to join.
Look, I love Runkle, but he's Canadian, so that's the first problem. Second problem, is
Nick, Steve, great
to
be with you guys as always. Everyone in the chat, MLS, Dave is there, Ian's there, lots of great people. Danny was there earlier. Jeff was there earlier before. It was great seeing everybody. Have a great week, and I hope to see everyone again soon. And I will say adieu for this evening.
Cheers, buddy. I hope you get better soon.
Yeah.
Wow. He left at get. Like, I hope you
But
get. He's
sick.
out.
He is sick. Can't hang with the big boys.
Cancer. Just kidding. It's April Fool's joke.
Well, no, it's not April Fool's here. Of course, Colorado it is.
Wait, it definitely in Colorado and definitely in Minnesota. So Steve, I'm going to give you a central time pass. Say one thing to me that you can absolve with April Fools. And it better be juicy.
Wait, I need time. Oh, you're hitting me. See, I'm not good at telling non-truths.
Wait, what? It doesn't have to be a non-truth, Steve. It could be a truth. It could be anything. What are you going to hit me with right now? But you'll say April Fools and pretend it doesn't matter, because that's what April Fools really is, right? It's where we go, I hate you. You suck. You pile of garbage. Hey, April Fools. Like, I don't actually do that.
See, I don't know. See, the thing is that everybody takes me so seriously that, and even my son, I can't tell jokes because Stevie. In fact, I was going to say if I sold a certain number of books, Stevie's over there playing video games, and I told him you're on deck because he wants to meet Nick, and so I was like, well, I said if we sell enough books, I'll bring you over as like a reward. But we're not even, nobody's buying books anymore. In fact, I wonder if people even read anymore. I'm very skeptical of the whole program.
I was talking to Lady Rackets about this the other day because she's given me books and I haven't read them, and I felt bad because I'm like she'll give me a book and say, hey, like I think this would be really good for what you're like talking about, or something that we've talked about, or hey, I'm reading this book, would you want to read it later, so we can talk about it, like good things. And she'll give me the book and I won't read it, because what happens right now is if I sit down and read, I fall asleep within minutes.
Right.
I don't get through a page most of the time, which is why when I read your book, it was very special to me, Steve. It was a religious experience, but because I stayed awake while reading it, which is great. But I legitimately, I'm 3 minutes. I don't get through 2 pages most of the time, 1 page a lot of times, and I'm just out. And
well,
so
I did write this book. It is a page turner. It is designed. One thing I hate is reading long chapters, and you're like, wait, you go like, when is this chapter going to end? And you flip, it's like 5 more pages. And you're like, oh, So these are very short, snappy chapters. It's supposed to keep your interest, to keep the action keeps moving forward.
But it's not even that. Like these days, no, I'm yawning. I think it has a combination to do with narcolepsy, stress, anxiety, those things. If I sit down and I pull up something that allows me to relax for just a second, I'm out like a light. I used to read all the time. These days I can't, hoping to get back to it. But so I don't read the stuff that she gives me. And it's like, guys, it's hard not reading because I don't remember life this way. I remember life as being full of books, of words, of concepts and ideas,
Right.
and sharing those with other people, particularly her. And nowadays I can't, I have a shelf of books that I love here. I collect all of them. I haven't read any of them in quite a while. Even new ones, old ones, it doesn't matter. I can't sit down and read. And it's tough. So the only content I engage in these days is this type of interpersonal content. I don't sit and watch videos. I don't watch movies. I don't have time, as I said.
Right. Well, and people ask me how I write these books, and it's because I don't do frivolous things. I eliminate from my repertoire anything that is, I don't do social media. I don't have a cell phone. People will always strike me with that. And I don't really I don't really do much other than read and write, and I do stream.
Yeah.
And I spend time with my family. I do the things that I love doing, and the things that I don't like doing, I don't do. And this is the, being here. And I will say, here's I don't want you to take this wrong. So
I want to take it wrong. Then I want you to say April Fools.
Well, it's not, I don't know, but people are like, there's a lot of like negativity out there. And I want to just say that I look to people and I want the best from them. I want the best out of them. I want them to be happy. I want them to be fulfilled. And so and Nick, you've given me a lot. You've given me your time, your friendship, and, you've inspired me and gotten some books and stuff like that. And I I want the best for you in your life, and I want you to be happy, and I want you to be fulfilled, and to find your way, and your family to be full of love. I want the best out of you. And that goes for everybody in the chat, and that we should be working for each other and not against each other. You know, the people that we know that are directly around us are natural allies. They should be. You should be building them up, wanting and expecting the best out of them, and not dragging each other down and being negative. So, you know, there's so much negativity in the world and so much attack. And I don't like seeing that. And I want the people that are around me, I want to lift up. And we should work to make each other better. That's what I have to say to you.
No, yes. Now say April Fools.
That's not April Fools. That's right from my heart.
I want you to undo what you just said, because I don't want to do that.
April Fools.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Steve, let me belittle you. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's Lucitile says worst April Fools ever. Yeah. He's here with a heartfelt message. Steve, you're supposed to say something terrible and then April Fools. I gave you permission to say literally whatever you want.
But I don't believe in that. I don't believe in tearing people down. And I really think that there's so much negativity. I mean, I just see that it's a cultural rot in our society. And a lot of it is the social media. It's the power of negativity. And we are called to be better. And, you know, measure yourself not against others. And, when you said something, here's something. I got a bone to pick with you, Ricada.
Oh, here we go. Now it's getting spicy.
Yeah, well, on the Easter stream, and I didn't get to see all of it, but we had a couple picking fights. But one of them, you were saying something like, now I lost it. See there?
No, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No.
Easter stream. What's it about? Is it about how
man.
Catholics suck at Easter?
Well,
Just
probably.
that was a joke. I didn't say that.
But as a, you know,
I hate going to Catholic.
I know you were jealous of my book writing ability. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, and I reckon, but you know, first of all, you're conscious of that. Okay. And so we all have jealousy within us, and I have jealousy in my heart. The way to defeat that is to bring it to the conscious level and choose against it. So I reckon, in fact, I bring that out. I must say that I have been abused in my life, mainly through jealousy. Because people come at me and they like, who do you think you are? You think you know everything. You think you're better than me, and they want to tear you down, right? I've dealt with a lot of that, but I've had that within my own heart. I have to look within and say, okay, there is jealousy within all of us. It's not an overriding thing within us, but the way to defeat that is to say, okay, I recognize that's in my heart. Bring it to the conscious level and choose against it. Okay, maybe I'm jealous of that, but you know what? That's you, and I want the best for you because you're my brother. Sure. And the same thing can go for, I want the best out of everybody around you, and let's lift each other up.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I love that you're able to sit around and write books and do that and do it well and churn them out, and like they're good. When I say churn them out, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. You're able to.
I understand, but there's a lot of people there's a lot of people around me that do take it where they're like, who do you think you are? I'm just measuring myself again. I'm trying to be better for who I am from tomorrow. I want the next book to be better than this one. I want to always create something more. I want to be better. And we should measure ourselves against who we were in the past and be projecting forward better. Like my whole life, I've tried to work to be better. And now I'm 56 years old, and I've worked to the point that I'm pretty good at what I do. But that I didn't start out that way. I started out terrible. Yeah. But it's constant working to be better, where you can improve yourself. And we should measure ourselves against who we were in the past and who we can be in the future. So, you know, this is, you know, measuring yourselves against somebody else. There's always somebody richer, better looking, smarter.
Well, hold on there.
Well, maybe not you.
No, I'm just kidding. No, it's you're right. Of course, you can always find someone who will make you feel insecure about whatever. The thing that I need to clarify to people, you're laying this out there because of, you know, your insecurities or whatever. April Fools. I'm just kidding. No, but when I talk about features that other people have that I'm, I don't know if jealous is the right word, but admiring. I love that you write these books. I love that you're able to do that and focus on it. I have books I would want to write, and I haven't for multiple reasons. One, I can't focus on anything very well. And so I try to when I know in the past I've talked through ideas and concepts like, oh, it'd be really great if I did this, or I want to do this. People are like, why haven't you done this? I'm like, oh shit, because I'm not gonna, but I wanted to in the moment, and I kind of want to now, but I probably won't get around to it. Then with books, it's like, oh my gosh, I never find the time to do this thing. So I don't talk about books I want to write anymore until they're on the go. The book, incidentally, of course, the book you're referring to is one that I have everything in place, but some other shit got in the way, and I'm waiting for that to clear out so I can do the thing. I actually wanted to have it done before December of last year, but hey, that is what it is. So now I'm trying to like learn that about myself and move it back or roll it back. But one of the big reasons I didn't write any books prior to starting a YouTube channel, and even in the first several years of it, was I found it pretentious if I wrote a book. As weird as that sounds, because I'm a giant narcissistic asshole, like I'd go, why am I writing a book? Ignoring the fact that all these people are listening to me daily talk about stuff. I'm like, why would anybody read the book?
I'm going to push back against that, because why not? It's fun. It's an accomplishment. I love holding it. It's like I'm a musician, and I always loved having a song done and having something that I've accomplished. It's a creative outlet. Now, it may not be, and I've got a friend of mine in my office, Ryan, I'm inspiring to write, but inspiring is exactly what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to explain to you, because there's a really good book by a fellow, by Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson's one of my all-time favorite authors. He wrote
Bob Penis, okay.
And Robert A. Johnson is his name. And he wrote a book called Inner Gold. And Inner Gold is about the power of projection, because so many people project onto you what they think you are. Like Gosney's writing this smut book, but you don't know what's in there. You haven't read it, right? You're projecting into it what you think it is, right? Or Gosney's writing this, or Gosney's this, or your Nick is this. They're projecting onto you what's something from within themselves. Well, when you're jealous, instead think about that, turn that into admiration. And admiration is identifying qualities that you want to be, that you strive to be within yourself, and bring yourself up, reach yourself up the ladder to travel up to that point where you can make yourself better. It's called inner gold projection. Projection is a very destructive idea in society, but it also has a positive purpose. And that is through admiration, we make ourselves better.
Yeah, I agree. Because you have to see something that you didn't know and go, oh, I don't have that thing. I want that thing, not from the person. That's envy. That's jealousy, right? Like I want to be better than someone at something is jealousy. Envy is they have a thing that I want. I want to take that for me. That's envy. But admiration is right next to those. And that is to see a thing that you didn't know existed because you don't have it, and go, ooh, how did they get that? How can I do that thing without taking from them? And that is noble and good. The other two are not. The other two are, they have their place, though. I do want to say envy and jealousy have their place, because you should jealously protect certain things. I think as men particularly, we know this. And I think it is a particular burden of men to be jealous. And that is turned into tribe, to country, to dignity, to honor, to respect, to family, to spouses, whatever. You have this thing that says you need to be jealous here. Envy is a little different. Envy is I want to take that from someone. I like it. I want it to be mine. That doesn't have as many places, but jealousy does. In fact, to bring it Christian, our God is a jealous God, right? I want you for you are mine. You're my thing. I want to protect you to be mine, not someone else's, not some other gods, not some other entity, not some other idol, right? Like that can be a noble thing. We're not really good at making it noble, but it can be, and it has its place. And I think men are particularly sensitive to it. But the real thing is admiration, to say that person has a thing. I want to do that thing. I don't want to take it from anybody or harm anybody. I want to build myself to that. And the only way you can do that is by witnessing something that you didn't know exists. Like, how can I know I want to play a harp until I've heard someone play a harp and rock it, right? So those are really important concepts for people to understand. And I don't ever think that human interaction and the kind of introspective process that goes on when you witness something you haven't seen. I don't think it's ever so simple as we like to make it. And this is the problem I have with everything. How do you talk about complexity?
Well, but there's a couple rules. Number one is you have to strive to always be honest in your interactions, because self-deception and deception of others will always cover up the reality of what's going on. So first thing you have to have is a core of trying to be honest with yourself, of who you are and who you're dealing with, and speaking the truth. Always strive it's very hard to do that, but strive like the Dickens to do that. The other thing, and when I mean honesty of self, that means bringing up from the unconscious mind, being honest with yourself to recognize that you have darkness within you. You have a lot of flaws. You're human and you're broken. And being honest about all of those weaknesses and then choosing against them. So like, okay, I have these jealousies. I have these envies. I have this. But what is the right thing to do? What's the good thing to do? What's the brotherly thing? What's the Christian thing to do, right? And choose based on your conscious recognition of what you want and desire,
right,
that may be wrong and destructive. So if you can be honest with yourself enough to bring it to the conscious level, and those most painful things are the things I'm talking about, and then choose against them to choose the right and improve yourself over time, little by little. So that's my I don't know, you know, you've read Prepare. I mean, this is not anything.
Yeah, but I don't know how we got on this subject.
I don't either, but well, you were talking about April Fools, and I was telling you that.
Yeah, you're supposed to criticize me and then say April Fools and pretend it wasn't real, even if it is.
I've worked very hard in my entire life to try to be as clear and as honest speaking as I can. And it's difficult. That's a difficult thing. I'd say that because sensing what is true and understanding I mean, do I really know myself that well? Do I really know what's going on? I don't know. I think truth is very hard to find. That's why I'm very much against deception. Conscious deception is the worst thing you can do, or covering suppression of inner desires, the suppression of your inner thoughts, and not being honest with yourself are very dangerous, because you're confusing the world. You'll never find your way if you're deceiving yourself.
Correct. And it's that's an interesting thing that people need to keep for themselves in perspectives. You always have to have introspection, self-reflection, self-critique, especially if you do what we're doing, right? Where you have tons of people telling you what you are, and you have to ask the question. It's uncomfortable sometimes. You have to go, am I that? Am I that thing? And if you're not in front of streaming is weird. It doesn't really matter how many people are watching, because these are people who are disconnected from you. It doesn't matter if it's 50 people or if it's 50,000 people. You get the same thing. People will either say you're great, or they'll say you're terrible in either instance. And it's more people than you encounter on an average day saying those things. It's an amplification of this stuff. And if people don't keep an introspective look, they're really in danger, in my opinion, of letting other people dictate who they are, positively or negatively. And you can channel that energy in a good way. You can also let it lead to destruction. I've done both.
Right.
I've
well,
done both of those things.
And you've got a different setup than I do, because I don't stream for any reason. I'm still trying to figure, except that I like helping people. I want people to, when I have a thought, I stream, and when I'm inspired, I do. And when I feel bad and negative, and because I can be depressed and I can be negative, and when I am, I try not to stream. Or if I don't have something to say, and you're in a different situation because you're always got to be on, right? Whereas I have a real job that I go to every day, and this is sort of just a hobby, really. And I am enjoying it, but I went through a phase where I just said, this is becoming work, and it's making me miserable.
Right.
Valhalla Awaits. Valhalla Awaits, right?
Yeah. He's good. He's good.
Well,
stuff.
Valhalla, because he even said, he's like, you need to make it fun and do things that you think are fun. And so, I think I love talking with you, because you are thoughtful. You are, I think, seeking the truth. And usually, and but you
right now I'm seeking the truth that you would say April Fool's to.
Okay,
I could not be truth.
Well, you're like you're also, okay, here's Mr. April Fools. You're also like Mr. Fraternity Boy, Mr. Cheerleader, cool guy that.
Cool. You were a cheerleader in college. That's so cool. Oh, Steve.
Well, cool.
Oh,
You get to
Steve.
hang
Wow,
out with all the
God.
hot chicks, man.
You
All
didn't
those
see our
nerds in
cheerleading
the
squad.
library, you know.
Our cheerleading squad had one hot chick. I married her. The rest of them. Ooh.
Well, okay, not modern cheerleaders. When I was growing up, the cheerleaders. But you know, were you the guy kicking the sand in the face of the old library?
No. Like, I wish I was cool. I was never cool. That was the funny part about me being involved in anything, is I was never cool at all. Like that
Really?
giant nerd my entire life. Yeah, it's great.
I always think you were like a social fraternity guy. Like, you go
No,
to a
dear
party
God,
and-
those guys would have they would have been kicking sand in my face. That would have been
Really?
that was the funny irony of all of this. It's like, I'm just this dorky guy who's me. Like, I liked anime and video games and shit.
See,
and
now
that's what I did.
I'm getting hammered. Panzer dude's killing me. So okay,
Oh,
so,
Panzer's
so
great.
I said you were a cool guy. April Fools. Okay, so there you go.
There. Oh, damn. Oh, that took a second to hit. Still my heart, Steve. Hold on. Let me just go ahead and eat this knife. No, that was always the funny thing. That was the joke of the male cheerleaders at our school. We were quintessentially not good. Like, we were not cheerleaders. Even like the cool college kinds who are actually just gymnasts or big and fucking buff and can do everything. No, we were a bunch of bitches. Like, we're terrible at it. That was the gag. And that's why we found it funny. That's why we did it.
Because there's some heavy duty cheerleaders. Like, you want to see
Oh yeah, those guys will take 110-pound woman and just hold her in one arm like this. And they'll like bounce her up and down, throw her around. Steve, do you think this arm can hold a woman like by itself? Oh my God, I need a fucking crane to help out.
So you weren't that guy.
I need help holding Eugenia Cooney. I'm completely irrelevant. That was the gag. Like, that's why we did. Because Lady Rackets came up to me and she's like, "Oh, you're gonna be a cheerleader?" I'm like, "No, this is stupid." And she goes, "Well, whatever. However many guys you get to join cheerleading, I'll get cheerleaders to join your taekwondo club that you're in." I was like, "Well, cool," because I'm in the taekwondo club and I'm looking around like, not a lot of hot chicks here, right? So the thought was, I'll go to my friends who are all nerds just like me. And I'm like, "Hey guys, you want to do the stupidest thing ever? Let's just be cheerleaders, because that'll be dumb and funny. But also we'll be hanging around cheerleaders. And this girl is really, really pretty. And I would like to talk to her more. So I need help here." So that was the thing. We were the worst cheerleading squad in history. We didn't do any of the dancing or anything.
You know who was a great cheerleader back in the day? Joe Neerman of Good Logic, who rated it. He
did. I was busy, but Joe, thank you for rating me. Thank you to all the Good Logic viewers. We're almost done.
Could you imagine like the Orthodox Jew cheerleading team?
Not on Fridays, I can't.
That's right. That's right. They would. Joe's a hoot.
So, you better get that. You better get the sports game in before 4:00. You got to go.
That's right.
You got to drive home. Now, Joe's great, of course. I love that man. He's fantastic. But no, that's why I tell the story, because and see, this is what I was talking about earlier with Camelot. Like, you have these silly things that you do or that have happened to you in life, and they mold who you are in certain ways, and people will take them like in a void context, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's a male cheerleader." It's like, look at me. Do I look like a male cheerleader? No, I'm 90 pounds short. Like, I'm not, I can't pick up people like that. I did lift Lady Rackets a ton, but not like in the funny ways. But our cheerleading squad was garbage all around. Like, that's what made it a funny experience for me. And people are like, they have this idea that some people are thinking like this competition cheerleading squad. I'm like, oh my God. If these girls did cartwheels, the earth would quake in the Midwest. You cannot do this. If they fell, we would have craters like meteorites from Saturn hitting us. No, you can't. You cannot have so one of these girls, we were doing this thing where you do this like basket toss thing where you throw like a cheerleader really high and then catch her.
Right.
So we got 4 guys to do this, like this machine gun basket toss where a cheerleader jumps in, you throw her, you catch like as high as possible, you catch her, throw her out, and then the next one jumps in. It's bam, 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 and they're like as high of throws as you can get. And we're practicing this thing, and these girls even the skinny ones are embarrassingly out of shape. Like they're skinny by accident. They're skinny by genetics and like because they try to eat a Totino's pizza, but they fall asleep with another Totino's pizza in their mouth. They can't do it. Like, and they're made of jello that's stuck into straws. They're nothing. And so like the whole thing you have to do is they have to come up behind these two guys. They have to put their hands on their shoulders. And they just have to move their legs up onto these guys' arms. So like imagine yourself going to the two things and going like this, right? Like that's all you have to do. And this one girl, she cannot do it. Like Steve, she has her legs and her arms to work with, and she cannot get her feet more than 3 inches off the ground. So he's got like the guys are down.
I think this is very much dependent on the college, wouldn't you say? I mean,
yes, of course.
What you're describing is not
small town
universal.
shit. That's the thing. See, when I say, oh, I was a cheerleader, people picture like a Big Ten college cheerleading squad. I'm telling you, the only Big Tens are the 10s in front of these girls' weights for the most part. Like they're huge. The average weight of our cheerleading squad is probably 170 pounds. That's for the women. The guys were actually smaller than most of them.
That's bad.
Right? Lady Raggeds is tiny, but most of them are big. Now, this girl I'm talking about is not Lady Raggeds, but she's probably 105, 110 pounds, and she's made out of literally straws and jello. She is worthless muscularly. And all she had to do was put her hands on the guy's shoulders, jump up, and put her feet into these guys' arms, and they would throw her literally through the ceiling of a basketball gym, like 35, 40 feet up, huge, because she's tiny. But she couldn't get her feet up, Steve. She couldn't get her feet into the arms of guys. Their arms are down below her waist.
What is the purpose of this kind of maneuver in a college that is not competitive cheerleading? Like, what are you trying to accomplish by
because you still
that
like
maneuver?
It's not like about competitiveness. You have, well, I'll tell you, we did this at a wheelchair basketball game, and it was actually to make fun of the cripples whose legs don't work. That's why we did it, Steve.
Well, have you? I mean, because in Daytona,
that's April Fool's, but it wasn't a wheelchair basketball game because that was the only good team our college had was wheelchair basketball. I'm not even joking. It was there, but we didn't do it to make fun of the cripples. It was just this. It was a showy display we could do from the sideline where we had these guys who could throw girls literally through the ceiling of the gym. That'd be cool. So you just launch them constantly, like bam, 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 bam. But this one girl, she could not. The whole purpose of this is how bad everybody was. Like the guys were an embarrassment, but so were these unfortunate women. And like she could not lift her legs, 18 inches to get her feet on these guys' arms so they could throw her. That's embarrassing. Like she was fat without being fat. Have you ever seen a fat girl jump? No, you haven't, because the world hasn't ended. But if this girl tried to jump, that's what it looked like. If she tried to jump, her feet didn't leave the ground, as if she were Lizzo plus Tess Holiday in one.
Okay. Well, Daytona, we have the national cheerleading competitions here. Do you ever watch like competitive cheerleaders?
Yeah, I've seen them before. Like, I don't watch them. I'm not a creep, but I've seen them. Yes.
No, I mean they're pretty talented.
Yeah,
like,
they're amazing.
We weren't
that at all.
As a great team. Have you ever seen the Weber State cheerleading squad?
No.
They're incredible.
No, Steve. I don't ever learn their names.
They're from.
I don't want to call them in the morning.
You should follow this stuff. You're
no, I should not. Absolutely should not. No, that's terrible.
Why not?
I don't follow anything. Like I don't have time.
Well, okay. Like I watched the strongman too. Strongman competition.
I'm sure you do. I used to watch them when I had time to watch shows. That was cool.
Okay.
I love when they throw those kegs like over the.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Right, that was awesome.
Yeah, one of the most amazing feats of strength I've ever seen is a lady named Chloe Brennan who lifted the Denny stones off the ground. Now, she is like 150 pounds. Basically, she lifted 7 times her body weight off the floor.
Cool.
7 times her body weight. It's like, that's like an ant. It's incredible if you ever want to watch something cool. But,
I thought you said a strong man competition.
Well, this is a strong woman, too. A strong man like Brian Shaw out in Colorado.
That guy's huge. He's cool.
That guy's super cool. I saw him win his last show. We went out. That's when we went and visited Branca. We went out and I was going to go watch The Strongman. It was the Shaw Classic, the last show that Brian Shaw was ever going to compete on. Strongest man to have ever lived, Brian Shaw, and he won.
Says
It was
he.
incredible out there in Colorado. Got to see, yeah. So anyway, this is just stuff. I don't know. I don't have any greats. I've learned not to be funny because my sense of humor, people take it wrong and they think I'm serious. And when I say it, it's like, oh, you're so serious, and then
Why so serious?
and comedy doesn't go over. My brain thinks sick stuff like in court, when you're in court and I'm like, and I think of this sick humor. And if I say it gets pounced on by the I can't believe Mr. Gosney said that. I'm like, it's a joke, but it never goes over. So I've just tossed it.
Yeah, no, it's don't try to be fun. People misunderstand because like I'll smile and laugh at like jokes I tell they weren't for you guys. They're like, that wasn't funny. I'm like, no, not to you. But to me, it was hilarious. And that's all I care about because I'm self-centered. Like,
I've put stuff like Bill Cosby himself quotes in my legal briefs, in my appellate briefs, and Star Wars quotes. At the right time, you have to put, because the thing is, there are people at the under end reading that stuff, and you want to keep them interested. And so if you can salt it with a little culture and a little humor and a little something that jumps out, and those clerks will pull it up and say, hey, look at this brief here, right?
Yeah.
Then great. You've actually, your brief has distinguished itself from the rest of the.
You've pierced the veil, so to speak.
Right. Yeah, Runkle. No, I don't know about Holocaust jokes. It's not Runkle's saying I'm making Holocaust jokes. No,
that's what you should do in every brief. That's what you just Holocaust jokes.
Oh my God, I'll tell you what the worst.
You're like, those Jews are skinny as Nick Urqueta. Wow, they didn't eat it all.
You don't really need to be losing weight, by the way, Nick. Why are you losing weight?
No, I lost weight.
Why?
And then I got sick and then lost more.
Why? Do you want to lose weight?
I wanted to get to a target weight and then I got sick and lost more. Now I'm trying to gain it back, which is actually kind of difficult because you have to, when you lose weight, right, you have to make a conscious decision to effectively eat less and then do more activity to create a calorie deficit. You do that for a while, you get down to your target weight and then you're like, oh, I'm good. I can maintain now. Gaining back means you have to add calories. You have to add a calorie increase, which when you get into certain habits, it's tough. Part of it was intentional. Part of it was unintentional. Like I got busy. So some days I wouldn't eat as much as I wanted to because of time constraints, but it fed into what I was after. But I hit my target weight and then I literally got horrendously sick for well over a week and I lost 10 additional pounds. So trying to get that back, I don't want to put on 10 pounds today, but I want to put on 10 pounds over time. But really, it should take about a pound a week, losing or gaining, depending on what you're doing. And so, it's going to take time for me to get it back. And I'm eating more and more, trying to find that balance of how I'm eating enough to gain weight, but eating enough to also not feel like a pile of garbage when I do it. So it's tough. I'm working for, but no, I have no goals to lose any more weight. And like I said, I lost more weight than I wanted to. That was an unfortunate timing aspect. But hey.
Here's a quick story I've never told on stream, and
oh my God,
it's really embarrassing, and it tells you how socially awkward. See, I look at, and everybody's more socially adept than I am. You see, so when I look to you and I say you're the cool kid in the fraternity board, it's because everybody's cool compared to me, right? But I'll tell you, I'll tell you a concrete example of what I'm talking about my humiliations that I've dealt with. So when I was prosecuting back in the day, right, we had Judge Hammond, who was an NFL guy. He was a Florida State quarterback, great judge, and in Flagler County. And I remember I came back from lunch. And I'm coming to court, and I wanted to go and approach. I think I needed a warrant signed. I was a prosecutor, and I needed a warrant signed. So I'm just going in. I'm like, happy me walking down the hall, like la-di-da. I'm going to go in, and I'm going to go to court and approach the bench and ask the judge, can I approach, get the warrant signed, and then come back, right? And so I'm just happy as a clam, being me, and I open the doors and walk into the thing, and I'm like, hey, everybody, right? Just kind of. And it's right when the courtroom's packed, and there's a guy and the judge is pronouncing a life sentence on the guy, and
Yeah.
everybody is crying and screaming and like, oh my, or like not screaming, but they're like crying and this emotional thing, and the judge is like, and I'm like, hi everybody, and so inappropriate, so bad, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
how do I go from like this gear to this gear? Oh my gosh, it was embarrassing.
Of course, yeah. And it's weird when you do that. I've been getting into trouble lately with someone because I laugh at a bunch of stuff, and they think I'm laughing at them, and I'm like, no, I just laugh.
You've got
I laugh all
the
the
same
time.
thing. Like when somebody super chats or something, or rumble rants or whatever, and they say, we're laughing it up, and then they say, give a toast to my mom who died recently or whatever, right?
Yeah, of course. But I tend to not laugh at those. But I laugh.
You have to shift. You have to shift from that, like the silly Nick, to like, oh, now I have to be serious, and it sometimes seems it's a hard maneuver to get that balance right.
Yeah, I laugh at things when I'm uncomfortable. I laugh at things when I'm comfortable. I laugh at a bunch of things, and sometimes I laugh at a situation. People can take that as laughing at them. I feel bad because I'm like, oh no, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at a circumstance that happened up here, but they're not up here, right? Like, because I'm weird, and so it'll be something I notice or whatever.
Do you think well, that's an interesting question.
Oh my God! Now we're getting psychological.
Well, no, that's interesting. That's an interesting side. I'm interrogating Mr. Ricada here. It's an interesting insight because you have a very, let's say, mischievous and perverted sense of humor. Let's say that. Do you think is that brought out from you? Why does that come out? Is there something that triggers that specifically?
I have no idea. Like my mischievous, I find humor in everything all the time because I don't know, like things can be really bad or really good, and I try to be positive. Sometimes it's really tough, as anybody knows. Like sometimes you go through dark times and you're like, fuck, everything sucks. But I try to frame things positively, but then also like comedy jokes, not like stand-up jokes that you guys all appreciate, but to me have been a huge part of me forever. Like laughing at circumstance and situation to myself, telling me the joke has always been a thing. I wasn't super social as a high schooler or whatever, or junior high. So I self-entertained most of the time. And that was a big companion, was me making me laugh. So now I laugh at just about damn near anything. And sometimes that laughter is, I don't know how to deal with discomfort in this situation.
It goes back, there's a lot of coin to be had in our society by saying, by being like morally high horse and saying, I can't believe he made that kind of joke. And I can't like, oh yeah. Right. Isn't there? I mean, it's almost like we're killing comedy because people are so wanting to be offended by
Of course. Yeah.
And comedy's dead by that, right? I mean, comedy's been killed. Could they make Blazing Saddles today, or could they make
how
Holy
can
Grail, or Monty Python's Holy Grail? Like they're deleting the scene with the or is it Life of Brian? This is a scene where they're talking, what have the Romans ever done for us? In the
Life of Brian, yeah.
The Life of Brian, yeah. And they want to delete the scene. It's a great scene, but it's like, oh, we've got to be offended because there's coin to be had. There's that victimhood, that like I'm better. And
how is Louis C.K. supposed to tell the joke about, for pedophiles, that child pornography must be really good, right? For them to go, I'm willing to risk jail for and social ostracism for years, because that's one of his jokes. He's like, look, I really love Nestle Crunch or whatever.
Funny. I get it. Although, oh gosh.
Because you get the joke. He's like, I love Nestle Crunch, but if someone told me like I was going to go to jail forever if I ate one, he's like, it was Mounds or Almond Joy. It's like, I wouldn't eat another one ever. So he's like, so the only conclusion he can come to is for them, that content must be really good. Like it must be really good to risk that. So he's telling this joke that's horrifying when you think about it, but it is a joke. How do you tell that joke in an age where everything is serious and nothing can ever be funny? So I don't know. And I often find out that my jokes are way inappropriate. But here's what I got to do, Steve.
Yeah,
I gotta wrap this show up.
Rolling. We're just having.
We are. But I've got to get going. Let me read the chats though. We've got chats to go through, and I'm going to get through them, and then we'll wrap up the show, guys. One more time, For now, soft cover, Death Penalty, Desires, Passion, Lust, and Murder. Available at stevegosney.com. This is a novel that is drawn from Steve's experience and understanding of law, of crime, of murder, of dealing with actual murderers, of dealing with actual crimes that do get more salacious and silly than anything you would imagine. He's put that into novel form. He's fictionalized fact for you to enjoy, to interpret, to absorb, and embarrassingly, to learn from. But if you're going to learn from someone, you should learn from Steve, because he has done this. This is his life and his profession. It's what he's better at than the grocery bagger is better at bagging. Steve is better at murder. This is sounding bad. April Fools. Steve isn't good at murder.
I sometimes think these things. I'd be a really good murderer.
Don't talk to the cops. Ron Vader says, what about the 12-gauge pistols being advertised on Rumble? No FFL required. Delivery by UPS, adult signature required. American Guncraft. I have no idea. I don't watch the Rumble ads. I don't see what you guys see, unfortunately. Jack Sparrow says, I thought blood-sucking lawyer. I mean, vampires die if they come out during normal people hours. Yeah, our suits protect us. Alias Unknown says, howdy, fam. Lord bless. Is Easter really pagan? No, I said.
Oh, yeah, that was another bone to pick. Speaking of which, Easter is not a pagan holiday. It's based on Passover.
It's not a pagan holiday, but they borrowed some pagan concepts, including the very name of Easter is a pagan concept. But it doesn't matter. Why do Christians get so wrapped up in this? Yes, we took that pagan shit. We buried Christ in it. We said, fuck you, pagans. That's cool.
No, that's quite
awesome.
What said, but I mean, no, but
oh my God, we did that to Iran and made Iran the new place, like the new fucking Rome. That'd be funny. Do it.
All right. I get it. But here's
yes, plant the cross, climb up on it, and pee on the Persians. Fuck them, Steve. Christianity's cool. Why do we care if it was a pagan thing? Oh, Christmas trees are pagan. Yeah, pagans are stupid. Christmas trees are awesome. You know why? What do they have to do with Jesus? I don't care. He's never seen a coniferous tree in his life. He hasn't seen that. Does he do pine trees in Jerusalem? Oh yeah. It's a blue fir tree. No, that's in Vermont. That's not in Israel. What are we talking about? But you know why it's funny? Because we took it from someone, and we probably took it from someone over blood and death and a crusade and something awesome from some Middle Ages guy who's like, you know what? Fuck these guys. That's great. I don't know why Christians are so bothered by, we took a pagan concept. And yeah. That's cool.
Shit. You're ranting and you're overwhelming me with things I want to agree and disagree with all at the same time. And I agree with you that Christians tend to be like, there's some people that want to defend things that are just not counterfactual. Like Christmas tree was a pagan concept that was borrowed, right? But I try to explain that the Catholic Church, when it would come into a society, if it didn't conflict with Christianity, they would adopt, and it was beautiful, they would adopt it and say, beauty is a reflection of God, and this isn't conflicting with Christian theology, so we will adopt it and celebrate it. It's part of your culture. This can be part of, you can be Christian and have a tree. That's a celebration of people and beauty and world.
Okay, what I said was the funny version of what you said to me. Again, no one else.
I'm not funny. You're funny. I'm not funny. I'm just
of course. You go into a culture that they have no concept of the Christian God, right? Like you go into these Central American tribal cultures. And how do I explain God to them? I don't know. We got to relate it through these things. So yeah, you adopt some things that are there. And when I say they took it over,
the human sacrifice of the pyramid and the cutting out the cards, that's not Christian. Let's delete that. But the thing where you rattle the rattle and jump around and dance around a pole, okay, that's cool. That doesn't ever conflict. So you can make that part of it. That's fine. We celebrate. It's beautiful, right?
Again, I if I'm not mistaken, Easter is based somewhat off of a pagan goddess that is like it's like an adaptation of Asherah. Right. And
they have to define what you're talking about when you're trying to say.
I don't remember, Steve, but it's not important, though. Because it wasn't that one. Okay, well, listen, it was one pagan female goddess, has a name very similar and a celebration very similar to the name Easter. That's where it comes from.
Oh,
But
I
yes,
see what you mean.
it's
name
because Christians
when
come
I
in.
think of Easter, I think of the resurrection, the crucifixion,
Why?
resurrection.
But what does the word Easter, which means it's Easter than here, unless you're talking about a name, like what does that have to do with the resurrection? Nothing. There's no Jewish word, there's no Greek word, and there's no English word that makes Easter related to the resurrection. There's only context. But Easter is a thing where here's what they did, Steve. They went into a culture and they said, we want to explain this thing that Christ did that was really, really important at this time. Hey, they already have a celebration here. What we do is we explain how this celebration is the better version of that celebration with the correct God, the correct Savior, the correct motivations. This is gross. What you guys are doing is gross. You're worshiping a false thing. It requires baby sacrifice. What are you, a Democrat? But if you come over here like a good Republican, here is Christ. Here is truth. Here is God's hand in this. And it's the same thing. And it follows Passover. So we even appease the bankers. So you're sitting there going, look, they're going to lend us money. You're going to be good over here because you're with God, and you're going to ignore the people over here who are bad because they're Democrats. And now we have this thing. Co-opting a holiday does not matter. And Christians, if you bring it up to them, they're like, no, it's real. It's like, yeah, it doesn't make it not real. You get it
from both sides, though. You get it.
If you get it from both sides, you're a woman. No, wait, what?
No, you see, we're getting into authentic Nick territory. See, this is good stuff right here. We're getting into like old school Nick ranting and raving. I agree with you on some points on that, but
there it is. Oster, E-O-S-T-R-E. Oster it's pronounced Easter, I believe, was the pagan goddess of fertility, which again, Asherah is the pagan goddess of fertility for females and fertility for the harvest, for growth. They put up Asherah poles. Baal was different. They would sacrifice babies to Baal that they created through Asherah. But yeah, Oster, that's where they got the name. Why do we care where they got the name? That doesn't make it invalid. Right. Why are we doing this? Anyway.
Yeah, well, because people want to attack the church, which to me is part of the validity of its truth, because they don't want to attack. You don't hear people ranting and raving about how Buddhism is wrong.
Buddhism is wrong. Oh my God, you want to be resurrected as a fucking cricket? What a shitty way. Sorry, go ahead. Also, Buddhists are fat. Have you ever been a non-fat Buddhist?
This is starting to roll. This is we're getting into the Nick zone.
You want me to make fun of religions? I'll do it all day. Buddhists are all fat. There we go. Fats, sitting around not eating bugs or whatever.
Hey, here's some good rumble. Look at some. They didn't pay, but this is pretty funny. Stripper poles in church. Get on it.
Yes, get on it.
That's so funny.
Let's bring these hoes to Christ.
Jacob's one of my buds. He says, I was really hoping the Christians would culturally appropriate cannibalism.
Me too. No, seriously though. Wait, we're not a joke. Stripper poles in church. And I said, bring these hoes to Christ. You know what? You know who didn't need the hose brought to him? Jesus. You know why? He literally already was hanging out with them. And she's like, oh. He goes into a new town with his disciples. He's like, look, guys, I need y'all to go around and find the prostitutes because I want to hang around with those guys. And you know who's hanging around the prostitutes? The tax collectors, because these hoes be making dollars. Tax collectors be taking dollars. They know where the money. And also their clients of the hoes have the dollars to take. She's already hanging out with the worst people of society all the time. And we're like, and Christians are like, oh, you went and talk to these people. You associate with these people. We were talking about that a little bit before the show. You associate with this person. Oh my God, look at who Jesus associated with. If you have a list of the worst people in the Bible, he associated with all of them, including the Pharisees. Because
he was here to save all of us.
And because
take our sins.
Here's a hard reality for people to understand.
Well, and this
Jesus was a Pharisee.
Jesus was for churches for the sinners. It's full of sinners. We're all imperfect. And this idea that everybody's I don't get the idea of like this utopianism onto yourself. You're so perfect and we're the world. You don't need any kind of redemption. Everybody else is terrible and low and terrible. So we're going to tear everybody else down. Well, did you hear my son? See here?
I did. But Steve, did you hear me say Jesus was a Pharisee?
No, I didn't hear that. But
you know why? Because there were 3 rabbinical sects. 2 of them stayed at the temple. 1 of them was itinerant. The itinerant rabbis were Pharisees. Jesus was, in fact, a Jewish rabbi who was itinerant. Why did he encounter Pharisees? Why were they always criticizing him? Why? Because he was a Pharisee. It's people like, oh, Jesus is talking about the Pharisees. Those guys were assholes. Like, no, he's trying to clean up from inside the house. He's an itinerant preacher. He's a teacher. He's going around. They think Pharisees is just this bad label. The Pharisees were the rabbis who were outside of the temple.
The Pharisees were basically condemning basically literalism and, a fundamentalist view. What is this is like, so what matters? It's like, well, okay, so we're going to, if we obey if we don't eat cloven hooved animals, then we're going to go to heaven, but we can speak poorly of our neighbors and that's fine, right? Because it doesn't disobey some rule, right? He's making the point that I think the condemnation of Pharisees is that if you follow all these rules to the T, then you can do anything bad that doesn't go the rules. No, what matters is how we treat each other. We treat our brothers like we want them to succeed, that we're in it together, that we're successful. Like kind of what I was saying before. I mean, what I say is really, I'm trying to be the best Christian I can because I want people to succeed. I want you to be their best. I think that's what Jesus was trying to do.
I love this.
Like, you need to obey this rule or you're going to hell.
He's like, no, it's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
And this is no, actually, let me correct that. Clarify that. Jesus wasn't saying the opposite of you need to obey this rule or you're going to hell. Jesus was saying the opposite of you, Steve, need to obey this rule because I said so, or I'm going to send you to hell. Jesus is saying, no, you look in here. This is what you do. And this lines up with exactly this quote. Matthew Wayne says, cite your scripture, Nick. Stop continuing with this blasphemy. Oh, Matthew Wayne, you don't want me to cite scripture, and you do not, as a modern American Christian, want me to ask you to cite yours. But he says, Jesus rebuked the Pharisees. Maybe read your Bible. Yes. And as Jesus said so often, clean your own house first. Clean your own house. Jesus being a Pharisee, people put a negative connotation on Pharisee because he's shitting on them all the time in the Bible. But they're the itinerant rabbis. The other rabbis stayed at temple. Jesus was literally a rabbi. He's out. He's in the communities. He's going away from temple to minister to people who aren't there. That's what the Pharisees did. Literally, they're neutral. Now, sure, some Pharisees lined up with historical teachings of rabbis, and Jesus is correcting them over and over. These are wrong. These are wrong. These are wrong. Brothers, these are wrong. You're wrong. Why is he so harsh with them? You're harshest with your family. Of course, because you know them. You love them. You want them to do better. Brothers, you're out in the outskirts. These people aren't at temple every day. You better say the right thing. Stop treating Pharisee as a dirty word. That is American Christianity teaching you that a label matters more than a concept and method. Stop doing that. Christ didn't do that. He never did. He never said, oh, you know what you need to do? You need to go to these other people and tell them they're pieces of shit. He says, no. That's what the Jews were doing, and it's wrong. Here's what I'm doing. I'm saying you tell yourself you're a piece of shit and know that you have salvation, you have grace, you have God, you have me. I'm your champion. All these other people, you don't need to worry about them. Take out the plank from your own eye before asking for the speck in the other. You're looking at other people and seeing fault, and you have faults of higher orders of magnitude so far above where you are. Look in your own house, sweep it out before you dare go after anyone else. That is what the 10 Commandments were. That's what the law was for. The law was not so you could cut off the hands of the people who wronged you, right? The law was not so you could execute the people who did something you didn't like. The law was so that you would understand that you would die from the fruits of your sins. The law was that you would reap consequences for what you did. And the Jews didn't understand it. And so Jesus comes down. He's like, by the way, I'm not here to erase a moment of the law. I'm here to fulfill it. If you listen to the Sermon on the Mount, he's like, actually look inside, because that is what the law is for. That is what my Father was saying. He's saying, look in here, in your heart, in your mind. Police yourself, not police everybody else, because you are broken just like all of them.
Well,
and if
and
you
if you're-
think you're better, oh, you didn't murder someone. Oh, did you look at your brother and go, I hate you, you motherfucker? Did you look at another person and say, I hate you, I want you? That is murder. That is the murder that no one else will know. No one else can police, only up here. And if you're doing that, you're in hell just like everybody else. You need grace and salvation because you're not going to make it. Stop condemning others. That is the message Christ has on the Sermon on the Mount. American Christians, they're like, Pharisees were cooks, and we gotta condemn all these other people because they're shit. Oh my God. How did you miss all of it? You literally just read the words that he says, and it contradicts everything American Christianity currently is preaching.
Well,
It's crazy.
That's a broad. American Christianity. I'm going to broad brush there, but I'm just going to
Broad brush it all you want. It's right.
Matthew 7, judging others. Why do you notice the splinter in your brother's eye, but do not perceive the wooden beam in your own eye?
Yeah.
How can you say to your brother, let me remove that splinter from your eye while the wooden beam is in your eye? You hypocrite, right?
Yes.
That's the measure. Remove the wooden beam from your own eye first, and then you will see clearly to remove the splinter from your brother's eye. And so we have to be
Steve,
humble.
Can anybody remove all of the wooden beams from their own eyes? We
have to make
a
that
task
effort.
you can complete?
And when we try
make
to
the effort.
remove the splinter from our brother's eye, do it with love and compassion because you love that person. You want them to be better, not because you're trying to
Of course.
tear them down and destroy them.
Right. This is taking way too long. I need to keep going.
I love the vintage Nick rant. I got the vintage Nick ranting
like
going.
it's gone.
I feel like I've accomplished something.
Governor Big Guy 911 says that allows for standing Navy after the drafting of the Constitution. Before that, it was all privately owned. Battle Crow says, I love seeing Steve and Andrew. Your discussions are always great. Thank you. Governor Big Guy, what about government offering to pay you $500 to take a modern slave illegal in your house? Does that violate the Third Amendment? No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
Because again, you have consent. So there's something where they were offering like money to house some an undocumented person, maybe temporarily, but that's not a Third Amendment
contract, right? Unless they're forcing you to do
consent. Consent invalidates the Third Amendment. Governor Big Guy says we need to bring back the death penalty for every felony. Changed my mind. I don't want that. Guys, you've probably committed a federal felony. You probably have. You don't know. Eric Hayes says projection has been reclaimed. Women moved on to co-opting, manifesting. Buildozer 74. I'd like to thank Gosney for bringing out the religious comedian, Nick. Thanks. He also says sipping Woodford Reserve and puffing on a cigar. Hells yeah. He also says Jesus plagiarized Jordan Peterson unless he is the second coming. Jordan Peterson is not the second coming. No.
Did I tell you I saw Jordan Peterson at the Amway Center? He sold out the Amway Center, which is
crazy.
Like 12,000 people.
Yeah, that's wild. That's I'm not gonna say that joke. April Fool's pencil joke. Dark Loose G says it doesn't matter how long a right has been infringed. If it's infringed, then it's infringed. Originalism requires a lot to be overturned, then so be it. Hope Wickard is next, or at least one day. Yeah, I agree. It's not that conceptually it doesn't need to happen. It's that it's hard to do practically for society because we're talking about massive chaos. If you just undo all stare decisis, it's a disaster. Jim Mediker says Branca and Gosney. Branca's gone. Please save Nick. He's lost in cocaine and sexual debauchery. That's a twofer. Did you hear him on Easter? He's deeply sick. Steve, can you save me from cocaine and sexual debauchery? Or can you only pick one? If you could pick one, what would you pick?
Well, given the size of your nose, I think it'd have to be cocaine.
Look, I'm running Columbia out of their
Well, I know that they see you coming with that schnoz. They think they can go out of business. It's like, hey, we just made our daily quota. Look at this guy.
Oh, I hope he has enough money to fuel that motherfucker. The Squid says all arms were military arms at the founding of the country. Militia needs all arms to be well regulated and functional. Therefore, there are no arms that should be unavailable to the people. I agree. Actually, I think nukes. Look, the easiest amendment on earth is, by the way, the Second Amendment, that doesn't apply to nukes. Nukes belong to the government. These are new. This crazy. We don't want individual nukes. So imagine Elon with a nuke and he gets mad at Bezos. Like, that's all they have to say. Easiest amendment to pass ever is like, look, we have the Second Amendment, but we don't think nukes are good for private people. How would that be a hard amendment to pass? Steve? I'm one of the only people I know who's like, no, Second Amendment says nukes are cool. Like you should have them privately. If you're awesome enough to buy one, like you should have one. Nobody else believes that. It's the easiest amendment ever. Why can't they just do that? The squid also says the Marine Corps was formed November 10th of 1775. Dumb. And it's still
there's the
a sub branch of the Navy.
You have to add that in there, right? To of course add emphasis, throw in the insult. That is the way to convince people.
But see, that's not an ad hominem, though. See, an ad hominem is not an insult, Steve. An ad hominem is an insult that says you are wrong because of the insult. Like if I say, Steve Gosney, you're a retard, you don't understand that Christianity co-opted these other religions for its own purposes. The reason that you don't understand is because I'm saying you're retarded, right? Like that's the ad hominem. You're wrong because of the insult. That is not logic. Now you can be retarded, stupid, whatever. You can be the insult and also have a logical flaw in your argument. Those need to be separated and distinguished. If I call someone an idiot, it doesn't invalidate what I'm saying about their argument. It's simply an insult. An ad hominem is specifically invalidating their argument through the insult by proxy.
Well, okay.
Very important distinction.
But do you think that are insults really that helpful in
yes
reasonable discussion? Yes. So
when you're talking to Duncan, when you're talking to Destiny, when you're talking to Pisco, especially, you have to say, Pisco, you're a fucking idiot. You don't understand anything about constitutional analysis. This is the analysis. This is where it goes. And he's like, well, I don't know why the Supreme Court would ever overturn Roe versus Wade. Like, Pisco, that Roe versus Wade is based on bad law. It's not based on logic. It's based on a fictional reality that is belied by science. It's based on a literal 14th century view of ensoulment. That's why they picked the third trimester, because they didn't have ultrasound. So they referred to the quickening as when the soul enters a baby. They're like, well, as long as the soul isn't there yet, that's not really a baby. That's just a lump of tissue. That's from Roe, the 28-week thing. And then when you get like ultrasounds, you go, oh shit. Babies look like people at as early as like 19 weeks, not 28 weeks, 19 weeks, but they didn't have ultrasounds back then. So then when you go, well, is that like a thing? Does the state have interest here? Does the state not have interest here? Is there any reason why the federal government is creating a positive right to abortion in defiance of a restriction on the liberty of a present property interest for a fetus? Did you know, Steve? Did you know that ever since
I'm just soaking in the authentic old school Nick rant. I'm just enjoying. I'm soaking this up. I'm so pleased that I've got this. I've brought the unborn children as early as the 1400s in England had not a future property interest, but a present in utero property interest in various things. Like, and we go, oh, well, why is this a person, not a potential person? No, they had a present property interest. They owned in utero things under certain conditions. And we've recognized that since the 1400s. And we're talking about like abortion, like, oh, you're depriving property rights from that. Where's the due process? Where is it? That's not a future interest. A future interest is a potentiality. A present interest is real. And it's crazy because property law describes all of this. And all of the advocates for abortion and like, oh, no, you can abort whenever. They all ignore the fact that the common law has settled this long ago when we talk about estates, when we talk about trusts, when we talk about any number of activities that can ascribe present property interests to an unborn child, because an unborn child is human in property law. It's only inhuman under Roe. That's the only place that it's inhuman. Under procedural due process of the 14th Amendment, under the penumbra of the 9th Amendment. Fuck you, Black. Justice Black. Hope you die. Oh, he did. Here we go. Memology 101 was in the chat. He gifted 2 memberships. Thank you, brother. Hope he's doing well. JM gifted a membership. Me 04120 says, Branca, did you settle on a state to move to? He said no. Is the law office lease up? I don't know. Also, are you and Nick doing the Baldwin trial together? I hope so. Bebop and Rocksteady says, legal vices. Can you explain the black box missing data situation? Normal or not? Nope. He can't. He's not here. Xander's he did. I read that to you while you were at pee break.
He didn't. Xander's fan says, what do you guys think of Brandon Sanderson books? I've never read them.
Oh, I love Brandon Sanderson books.
Wildly popular. I never read.
Oh, great. And I just read the one with the medals. They burn the medals, the Black Sword and stuff. That was great. Excellent.
I've never read any of them, so I don't know about burning medals.
Well, it's a fantasy. My fantasy novel is in the pipeline one of these days. So
my fantasy novel involves a pipe too.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
You're
you off.
just thinking, you're just laying them across the plate. You're rocking it tonight. I must say, I'm very pleased to be on this stream with you.
I like having my friends on the show. Xander Zan says, Steve, get Steph the Alternator to read the audiobook. That's a good idea.
That's a good idea. I did send Steph the Alternator an R-rated version across the pond. It'd
be good to have her read the Scottish version of it because I know she's not Scottish, but I like to say it anyway because it makes her mad. And a mad English woman who thinks that you call her Scottish is funnier than normal. Ryan Thornton says, sorry to rain on your good vibes, but I have a family member on their last leg. I'm set to inherit several firearms. What do I need to talk about transporting them from Tennessee to Michigan without getting into legal trouble? Look, dude, let me just say this really quick. You need to talk to a Tennessee or a Michigan lawyer about that. I cannot give you legal advice on the issue. What I can say is this. Whatever the circumstance is, the safest, it may not be legally safe. Again, talk to an actual lawyer in your practice areas. The safest way is typically to transport them in a capacity where they are not able to fire, either locked or slightly disassembled, with ammo in a separate place, and to do that in some sort of container that is also locked in a trunk where you cannot access it if you're going to drive. If you're going to fly, you can check them in bags. Make sure you check with an airline carrier. And again, a lawyer who's well-versed in this area. And make sure that the transfer through the estate is proper. And for that, you're going to have to talk to your estate lawyer who's going to be managing the transfer of those firearms from the estate to you. Probably legal nationally because private transfers between an estate and a person are legal, depending on the type of gun and any potential felony status you may have that I don't know about. That's why you got to talk to a lawyer. But state-wise, there may be extra requirements that you have to follow, and you're going to have to talk to lawyers in your jurisdiction. I'm not a Tennessee lawyer. I'm not a Michigan lawyer. I can't tell you. My friend, Matt Wilson, who I talked to the other day, is a Tennessee lawyer. And if you want to talk to someone about that, maybe you could contact his office. Matt Wilson, he's a good dude. D What gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Lost and Law says, long time no chat. Rackets, is it just me or is Trump the crown prez? The doom and gloom on the left worries me greatly. They're not the type to roll over. They double down. I don't know if he's a crown president or not, but I think he's got a good shot at winning that I didn't think he had before, and I'm excited for it. Wrathchild78 says, cheers for the Easter Bunny. The Iceman says, I wish we could take the rainbow symbolism back. Do it. Wear a rainbow every day. See how that goes for you. FSPU19 says, Branca was a Colorado Bar Association thing in Adams County. Seems par for the course for Colorado. And then he's got a law of self-defense book. Wait, Rust. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, God, I didn't. Damn it.
What?
I got to show this real quick to the chat. He wasn't on. He asked if Branca approved of this message. It's one of this. Branca's signature is in his book here, and this person is asking if Branca approved. What do you think? Do you think Branca would approve of this message? So there you see his signature right here, right? Damn it, right here.
Yeah.
Andrew Branca, and then right below it is mine, Nick Ricada, the better lawyer.
That's great.
Now it's definitely not written by a drunk man. I don't know why these letters are like this, but that was at the Vegas show.
That was funny. Well, the Vegas show was fun. You ought to seriously consider coming to Dollywood. You know about that deal?
Dollywood down in Nashville. Wait, where's Dollywood? Yeah,
they're gonna there's gonna be a group of people. I'm thinking about doing it. It's like The Expert and that Valhalla Awaits and all that crew are going to do a Dollywood thing, and then they're going to do something in Knoxville, which are like a live stream in Knoxville. It's going to be
so Dollywood's in Nashville, and then going to Knoxville.
Dollywood is east of.
It's in Tennessee,
Knoxville, Tennessee.
I love Knoxville. I want to go back there. They have a biscuit place I want to eat at.
It's in May. You ought to think about it, maybe.
I'll think about it. I don't know. My schedule's been a mess. Legitimately, people I hate talking about it because I'm not trying to whine. That's the hardest part of streaming.
Well,
legitimately.
What would you do if you were trying to whine? How would it come out differently if you wanted? You're trying actively.
Trying to whine is like, guys, you know, it's not about that. It's literally, I have to keep you informed because I'm not doing a show. I have to tell you I'm not doing a show because I feel weird just like leaving it hanging. And I'm not doing a show because X. It's not a complaint. It's like, this is the reality that I have. People are like, oh, he's whining or he's doing this. It's like, no, like, I'm just trying to tell you this is what's going on. It's not a whine. It's not a complaint. Like, I would love to do the show. I just literally can't.
It sounds a little whiny to me. It sounds a little whiny.
Okay. All right. I see what
April
you're doing.
Fools. Hey, yeah, MLS is going.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I want to.
Pigeon Forge. That's it. Pigeon Forge.
Again, legitimately, I don't know. I can't. So my wife and I used to do like overnights in the cities. We go get a hotel in the Twin Cities and go hang out and go out and do stuff. We can't do that anymore. We can't do any of these like trips that we would do anymore. Like,
well, children, you know, you've got children.
Yes, that's the reality. We have 5 children, and unless we have a person available to watch them for multiple overnights, we can't do these trips. That's not a whine. I'm not complaining about it. It's a reality
because
of the situation.
Want you to do this stuff, and you know, there's a reason why you can't.
I love going and doing live stuff and meeting people in person. I love it. I think it's a great way to connect to people. It's a ton of fun for me, and I love taking Lady Rackets away from the house because it gets us away from our schedule, and other people take care of that for a little while. But if we don't have that, we can't do it. So that's been a change for us because we've had people who could do the overnights for us. They're no longer available. That's fine. It's not a whine. It's like, we can't do this. But also, as part of that, there are certain things that I would normally have done in regards to the show that similarly can't be done. I'm not whining about it. I'm just saying, I can't do this because X. I'm sorry. I want to do these things. I love to do these things. I like to do shows. They make me feel good.
No, do it with a whiny voice. Go like,
I don't know how
to do these shows. I want to do the show.
Oh, guys, I just want to do a show, but really I'm drinking a bunch of
it.
I have so much gin to get through and I just can't. It's like I like the show.
I'm just trying to contrast here so that we have to contrast.
But I talk about like, I don't play video games. I don't watch movies. I don't read books. I can't read books. I fall asleep. I don't watch movies. I don't watch TV shows. I don't like my leisurely activities have been long since sacrificed to the scheduling gods, which is great because I have other things to fill my life than this leisure, and they're fulfilling and they're wonderful. When the schedule gets disrupted or the ability to execute it gets disrupted, I'm not complaining that I can't do these other things. I just literally can't do them. And if I can't do that, like I can't do the show, I can't do what I need to and want to do. I'm sorry, like the show is my leisure. That's what I'm trying to get to. I don't watch movies. I don't play video games. The show is my leisure. I come on, I tell jokes, I smile, I talk to people. Sometimes I get to talk to a Gosney or two. I get to laugh through something Biden.
More than one?
But yeah, yes. But I get to laugh through a Biden gaffe or talk about constitutional law, and I like that. It's stimulating. It's interesting. It is entertaining to me, and it's one of the only forms I have left of these things. And when that gets disrupted, people are like, "Oh, he doesn't want to do it." Like, no, I actually want to do that, and I can't, which is shitty. But I'm not like bitching about, oh, my job is so hard. My job isn't like hard or disruptive.
You feel the need to explain your actions.
You have to say, right?
Members, you have members of the public, like Runkle is going to CrimeCon. I don't even know what that is, but I'm going to check.
What's a CrimeCon?
I don't know. Yeah. But I wonder if they would like my death penalty, all my legal books on CrimeCon. I think I had to check it out myself, but
it's just frustrating because you try and give people like, hey, I don't want to just say, I'm canceling a show tonight. Peace. Like that seems like a dick move. It's like, hey, I'm canceling the show tonight. I don't have someone to do this. I had something come up, and literally like a lot of times lately, I'll have to take a trip somewhere to go do something that otherwise wouldn't be a big deal, but I have to go do it now. And yes, it's at 11 o'clock at night, or well, it's really at 9 o'clock at night, but I won't be home till 1 a.m. It's like, well, I have to go do this thing like that otherwise someone else would take care of. I have to do it. I'm sorry. So you explain it and people are like, oh, wow, he's whining. He's like, no, I'm not whining. I feel bad, but this thing has to get done. And before that, this thing was done by someone else. Now it has to be done by me. I'm sorry. You can't really, like, you don't share every aspect of your life on the internet. So people are like, what is it? Yes, guys, is drinking 2 bottles of gin. That's what it is. Or 7 bottles of wine. No, it's,
Well,
I have
that's not
things.
right either. Sometimes it just has to be done.
Yeah, it literally, exactly. But in reality, yes, like you have these things that have to be done. And look, if I can't do them, I don't know what happens next, but I know I can't do the show if I have to do the other thing. And you can't, unfortunately, it is the internet. You can't let everybody into every decision or every reason for things. And so that comes across like whiny or angry, like, oh, it's so hard. Like, no, I have a great life. It's blessed. It's wonderful. I wish all of you could have it. But here's the reality. Like, I have this thing, it has to get done. And otherwise it would have been done by someone else. And now they can't do it. So now it's me, because that's how it goes. I don't know how to say it in any other way. I'm not whining, but there's no context, there's no tone, there's no emotion over text. So you just say, hey guys, have to cancel the show, have to go do this thing, I won't even be home. Or hey guys, can't cover this trial, I'm literally not home 5 days out of the week when the trial's
But you
running.
obviously feel the need to explain yourself to your listeners.
Yes, of course. Like,
You know.
I don't want to be an asshole who just says I don't want to do it, because
But why not
that's
just
not actually
embrace
true.
the asshole and lose the explanation?
If I just say I don't want to do the thing, that's shitty. It's not true.
But it's not true. Then just say, can't do it, no explanation needed. Why don't you just get some testosterone and just say,
I don't believe in doing something like that. Like, I'll tell as much of the truth as I can. There's a reason I can't do a thing. Here's why. Otherwise, I just do it.
What, do the haters accept your explanations, or do they just nitpick it even more?
I don't.
So
It's
is
not
it
about
really-
Steve. It's not about the haters. It's about the people who I actually care about.
Okay. Well, that's
'Cause, like,
that's fair. Okay, that's a good.
And people like, you're responding to the haters. Like, no, I'm responding to the multitude of people more than the haters who like actually pay for my content and watch my things. Like, guys, I'm sorry. I wish I could do this. My schedule is a fucking mess right now. I wish I could explain it, but it's personal to people who are not me. If it was just me, I'd tell you everything about it because I don't care. I'm an open book. But this is people who I don't have consent to share their stories and their realities, and I don't have consent to do any of that. So I'm sorry, I can't tell you about them. I can just say, hey, I have a change in my life that disrupts schedules.
You know what you should do is you should just do a stream on this. I'm
not going to do that. I'm going to put it up on Locals.
Clip it, put it on Locals, and then when you feel the need to explain, just say refer to my clip. Just like when I write the books and I say, go look at chapter so-and-so on ideas and answers, because I've already written the essay on it. If you want to learn more about why we're canceling the stream, you can go to this stream over here and it will give you the 30 minutes of explanation. And you can move on.
No, it's but that's how it goes. And I'm going to put it up on Locals. I decided a friend reached out and said, hey, I don't want to tell you what to do, but these explanations are sounding hollow.
Fair enough, but I will just say that we would welcome you at the Dollywood Knoxville thing.
Of course.
In May, if possible. MLS, there's a lot of people in the community will be there. And
I would love to.
I don't know if I'm going to make it because I have financial issues that may preclude me from traveling.
I see MLS in the chat. Send me the details of the Dollywood thing. I would love to go. I love Tennessee. I love Nashville. I love Knoxville.
Knoxville and the Dollywood, that area by the Smoky Mountains there. Oh, it's so beautiful. Smoky Mountains National Park.
Send it to me. I don't know if I can make it. I don't know what our schedule looks like
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
But send me the details. I will always check into things. But look, that's the reality. And I can't say much more than that. But I do feel a responsibility to people who are not like the haters, whatever that even means. Look, people who follow my content, I try to tell them as much as I can. It's just how it goes. Unfortunately, that's life in front of a lens. Xander Rand says, Steve, say the words life before death, strength. He says, Lounge King. I don't know. He says, say the words life before death, Strength. That's all.
Life before death, strength.
Lounge King says Montagraph just me maliciously wasting lawyer time. Well, yes, that's true. Thank you for saying Montagraph. The Duke says, so what's the problem with lethal injection for retards that commit crimes? I don't actually know. But I think the real answer is, are these people aware of what they did? Are these people aware of right and wrong? And are these people aware of the circumstance they're in regards to a trial? These are 3 questions. Do they realize, and retards is a pithy way to say it, but, or not a pithy way, but an offensive way to say it. But do the people involved in this question realize that their life is on the line over something they may not understand? They did, or how
you're hitting it on the head. The technical answer to that is that first-degree murder, the death penalty is generally reserved for the worst of the worst of first-degree murders and involves the highest of moral culpability. And so that requires a higher level of culpable mens rea in the criminal term. So high level of guilt and intent to commit the crime. When you have a low IQ, that reduces your moral culpability because you are less able to formulate such intent. So that's the
right.
Technical answer.
And this is the 8th Amendment shit that we're getting into is, does cruel and unusual punishment encompass someone who doesn't know what they did, why it's wrong, or even more importantly, in some cases, maybe they know what they did was wrong, but do they realize that the circumstance they're in right now is a literal fight for their life and their liberty over what they did? They may know that they harmed someone, but do they know that the implications of that harm mean that they will go to prison forever or die, in the case of death penalty, die by the state? If they don't understand that what they did was wrong would convey a death penalty because their IQ is too low or because they have a chromosomal disorder, can you punish them with death rather than, hey, this person doesn't understand how their decisions impact society, so maybe they need to go away for life, but does the state kill them is a separate question.
Right.
But yeah,
exactly.
These are the competency questions we ask. Do they realize what they did? And then do they realize the circumstances they're in and the gravity of them? I don't know. SteveGosney.com. Please, my friend, I got to go. I love you.
Thank you, man. You're a good man, a gentleman, and a scholar. And it was a lot of fun. It's been too long. And I want the best from you. And I want you to be the best Nick you can possibly be. And so God bless you.
Thank you, brother. And I love talking to you. It's always fun. And it's always too long, even if it's a day. Hashtag sex joke. Hashtag April Fools. No, I love talking to you. It's fantastic. We get to talk deep concepts. We get to have shallow concepts. We get to joke and laugh in the same dark humor, but we also, like proper white men, get to own that dark humor. And then we get to, you shouldn't have said that. You're still a practice. I heard your son react to that. Actually, that was funny. But we get to laugh and we get to have fun and we get to talk about real serious legal concepts in real unserious ways, because the serious ways are scary because they involve the state taking your life or your liberty or your property. And the Fifth Amendment has never been sufficient. So with that, everybody, SteveGosney.com. Check out his new novel, Death Penalty, Desires, Passion, Lust, and Murder. Check it out. Buy it. Don't buy it from Amazon. Buy it from SteveGosney.com. Get the R-rated version. Hopefully, he releases an OnlyFans rated version, and we will both talk to you soon. Also, follow him on Rumble and wherever else. YouTube. Are you on YouTube or just Rumble?
I'm on Rumble and YouTube. And if you don't want to buy it from me, you can get the PG version for free from Amazon and Kindle. So, but do come to my website, SteveGosney.com, and get all sorts of stuff, including the R-rated sexy version.
There you go, guys. Check it out. I love you all. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow for Tuesday. I have to say probably nowadays. I hate that. I want to just say see you tomorrow. Catch you next Tuesday, which is me calling you a cunt. I don't know, though. Hopefully and probably I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrock. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the deposed on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the deposed on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed,